Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just wanted you all to be muted.
I was like, wait a second.
Good troll.
What's happening? Is everything
troll?
broken?
That is a quality troll. You got me.
I had to start off that way. Welcome in everybody to DevSecCon Lightning. Hope you're all having a great time wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you for joining us. By a show of hands, how many folks in the chat have been here for the APJ region and the EMEA region? Because you get bonus kudos points for being to all three. You get lots of props from me. But in any case, welcome in everybody. Go ahead, Randall.
Do you get points for just going to 2? Or is it only a 3 thing? well, then I was at 2. So what prize do I get? I'm excited.
Nothing
right now. We'll have to think on that. I should have thought of that before announcing that whole thing. But welcome in everybody. I'm a developer advocate here at Sneak, and I'll let the other fine co-hosts introduce themselves. Randall, why don't you go first?
Well, I'm Randall. I'm also in developer relations at Sneak. Read a lot of software, and I love DevSecOps. So that's why I'm here hanging out today. And Micah, you take it over next.
Heyo, Micah Silverman here. I lead a workshop team for Sneak. Love developers, love DevOps people, love security professionals. We bring them all together.
Do you love me, Micah?
Totally.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
goes
There's lots of
without
love going
saying.
on. Lots of love being shared there. And I
Yeah.
was just hoping, as a teammate of yours, you love me too. I'm just gonna
Totes.
keep
We'll have
trolling.
to talk about Randall offline, but
Sounds good. Sounds
Yeah.
good. So EMEA and APJ were a hit, amazing time for DevSecCon Lightning for those regions. Do either of you have some highlights that you found? Randall, you mentioned you tuned in for at least one other region. What was the highlight for you?
So I had a ton of fun last night on the APJ session. It was going on because it's Australia time. It was like around midnight my time last night, but it was super fun. And so I was up listening to the talks. A couple people I actually worked with in the past gave some amazing presentations, which were really fun. So shout out to all of my old Okta colleagues. And then I also ended up giving a fun talk too. So I dusted off my cryptography skills and was giving a talk about the cryptographic failings of JSON web tokens. And yeah, it was really interesting.
Ooh,
It's always a fun thing.
Yeah.
always
Well,
about Pasteto with you.
Love them.
Nice. Well, the good thing is for folks that maybe didn't get a chance to tune into those, maybe because of time zone differences or you just had stuff going on, I've already heard word. Normally we say, hey, you got to wait. The recordings will be up on YouTube, but the fine folks putting together this event have already put the recordings out for the APJ and EMEA region. You will have to wait for this region as it's happening right now. So sorry about that. But awesome stuff. Check out the DevSecCon YouTube channel to take a look at those past sessions that happened from the previous two regions, and then more to come from this region as well. So some housekeeping things for folks before we get deep into the stream and event today. Be sure to check out the chat rooms. They're right next to the main stage over in Hopin. If you've registered for DevSecCon Lightning, you'll be sent over to the Hopin platform, hopin.com, and you can tune in over there and watch the stream from there and chat with us. We'll be monitoring there for any questions or comments you have that come up. We'll have Q&A portions for each lightning talk for today. Also, we're on YouTube as well. We're monitoring the YouTube chat. So if you have questions there, feel free to drop them there if that suits you better. What else do we have? Anything else, Randall and Micah, that we should share?
I'll also just mention one other thing. If you're just dropping in because someone shared a YouTube live link with you or something like that, you are now attending the single most interesting technical event of the year. This is DevSecCon Lightning, the most prestigious lightning talk conference focused on DevSecOps. And so we're going to have a bunch of awesome presentations for you. We have an opening keynote starting in just a few minutes. And then after that, we're basically going into short 15-minute lightning talks that all have some sort of interesting security focus. We have an amazing number and quality of speakers from all around the Americas. So it should be a ton of fun. And I'm looking forward to learning a bunch of stuff. So welcome.
Excellent. And one last thing before we get into the keynote. If you have any questions or comments that you need help with regarding being part of this and running and tuning into the event, you run into any issues, be sure to join the Discord. That's where we'll be monitoring as well to help support you that way. To join up on that, if you go to devseccon.io, there's a link there at the very top that says join the community. It'll give you the link to the Discord and you can join up over there to get some further assistance with any troubles you may be running into. With that, without further ado, who wants to introduce our keynote?
Well, I'm going to do this. Why don't we do this? Why don't we say, I'm going to read you the introduction and not name the person. So if you're watching the stream and you can guess their name, you are going to get extra prizes. So drop the name in the chat if you think you know who we have coming up. But this person is an international speaker, panelist, and cloud security thought leader, and advisor with over 11 years of expertise in business risk management and leadership. She's the co-founder and producer of the globally top 100 ranked technology podcast and wildly popular cloud security podcast. She's also a lead program manager at Sneak. She's passionate about making cloud security knowledge accessible through global and local initiatives like the global cloud security and DevOps communities. And with extensive experience in leadership risk management in regulated finance and insurance industries, she's passionate about nurturing future leaders and advocates in cloud security. So any guesses who our amazing keynote speaker is? Okay, we saw a hint there. All right, let's welcome her to the stream. Welcome, Shilpi.
Thank
How's
you
it
so
going,
much for
Shilpi?
having. This is quite the crew over here. Thank you for having me, guys.
You know, I realized as I was
I think
reading off
Shilpi is
that.
most famous for yelling at developers.
I
Fix
know.
your stuff.
Yeah, that could be the meme for 2023, I think.
You know, the one thing I didn't include in the intro, which would have been too much of a giveaway, is that you just hosted the DevSecCon APJ session just 8 hours ago or so. So
Yes.
first of all, thank you. You did
What
an
a trooper.
amazing job. It was so good and so fun.
Thank you. Fun fact, it is 4 a.m. here in Australia. And also this morning when I woke up, I realized all my slides had crashed. So that was so fun. So I've had to, so apologies, they're going to be a bit scrappy, but because I've had to redo them all. But I was like, you know what? This is exactly what my talk is about, open source. And this is what exactly having open source sometimes can feel like when you find out there's a vulnerability and you have to like kind of scram together. So I'm in the right mindset for the talk, but yeah, it was quite a fun morning, middle of the night, let's just say that.
Well, sometimes.
Well, thank you for being such a trooper.
Absolutely.
All good.
Well, without further ado, everyone, we're going to let Shilpi take it away. So Shilpi, thank you so much and excited to hear what you have to say.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Perfect. Thanks everyone for joining. And as I was telling the awesome hosting crew over here, that this morning I did realize when I went into my slides that half of them had disappeared. But I said, you know what, let's just look at it as a positive, and I'm going to put myself in the mind frame of often what happens when you use open source software and you realize that there has been a vulnerability in it, that can leave you scrambling for things at the last minute as well. So, I'm sort of going to channel that a little bit today and probably put that into the ethos. But I think the team has done an amazing job of introducing me. So I'm not going to go into a intro about me. Obviously, if you look me up or Cloud Security Podcast, you should be able to find me. But let's get into it. So what is open source? I think most people attending this talk would be familiar with what open source is, but I just thought I would level the playing field a little bit. I'm also a big Harry Potter fan, so I've tried to put a bit of Harry Potter fun in there just to, sort of keep everyone upbeat. So open source, obviously, as everyone knows, usually would be some sort of a source code that anyone can inspect, modify, or enhance. It's pretty much, software that other people can improve on. Just a couple of quick terminologies. Obviously, you've got people who maintain it, who would be the maintainers, but also there are people you can modify or enhance the software, and you would be normally classified as contributors. There's a couple of sources that I've put on the bottom which have a lot of information about open source. So if you do want to sort of find out more about open source, do look those up, and they have a lot of information in terms of what open source is all about. So I will leave you to look at those ones. So while we go through the rest of this talk, I would like you to sort of think about this, that how can you protect something that you haven't built and you don't maintain? So that is pretty much what the mindset we've got to be in when we're thinking about open source, because you're using software often which you obviously haven't built, but you're also not maintaining as well. And how can you protect that? You might feel a little bit like Ron Weasley there with his expression. So it may surprise some of you, but may not surprise some of you as well. I think there's been a lot of talk about open source software this year because of, and I'm not going to mention the word we must not mention so far. So 70 to 90% of modern application stacks use open source software. So as you can imagine, that is a lot of our software out there currently that is using open source. On the flip side, it's nearly only half of organizations out there that actually have an open source security policy in place. So a lot of open source software that's being currently used, but only half of it that is currently being secured in organizations, or organizations are thinking about policies to secure that. So what are the reasons why people do use open source? And disclaimer, I am a big supporter of open source. I think it allows for a lot of innovation to happen, a lot of collaboration to happen. It allows a lot of people to be able to create new things because they're building on something that's already amazing that's out there. So there's, if you look at Open UK, which is the body actually governing open source in UK and looking at different things, there's lots of really good reasons why organizations use open source. On the flip side, there are a lot of challenges as well that organizations do have when they're using open source as well. I think often something that you would hear is that there is a cost to using open source, even though it is often a free software that you would be utilizing. There is an inherent cost in terms of things that you would have to put within your organizations, be it in training or resources that you will have to put in place. So I think this slide for me, which is out of that particular report, and again, you can check that out if you want in its entirety, kind of summarizes quite well what are the top benefits and challenges. So what is the real danger with open source software? Obviously, we know it's widely used. We know that a lot of organizations probably don't have a policy in place to maintain it. But just to demonstrate, and there's a lot of examples out there, and I think earlier in the APJ session, there was actually a really good talk where someone actually listed out a GitHub repository that they've got where they've maintained a list of all the open source hacks that have happened or open source vulnerabilities that have been known in the last few years. So I would probably plug that in later at some point. But there have been a lot, but I just wanted to flag a couple. So this is one particular one, and it wasn't so much a breach, but a security researcher was actually able to demonstrate that he was able to attack a lot of these large companies like Apple, Microsoft, PayPal. And what he did is he uploaded a malware to a open source repository, which included things like PyPy, NPM, and Ruby gems. It was automatically distributed downstream. So what happened is anyone who was using this open source repository was able to receive this malicious package automatically, which meant that this would impact their open source software that they were utilizing. So this was something that they demonstrated. Now, obviously, this is something a security researcher had done. So they did advise that, this is what I've done. I understand that he was able to get a bug bounty for this. And I think overall he made, I think, 130,000. That's what I've learned. And also an award from Apple, I think, for sort of doing a responsible disclosure. But that is one of the real dangers, that just using a widely used open source repository, it can sort of, affect a lot of large companies. So a lot of large companies were using these open source repository. Now, he has done a really good blog as well on this, sort of talking through, his the way he was thinking and how he went about it. So there's a really nice blog. I've just popped it on there as well. So if people want to sort of go and have a read of it and really understand what went behind that attack, that is there available for you guys as well. Okay, so before I go into the next slide, I think I'm just going to give a disclaimer warning, because I know this word sort of triggers a lot of people just because, it caused so much stress to all of us end of last year. So a little bit of inner peace, and I'm talking about Log4Shell. So obviously Log4Shell was something that ruined a lot of Christmases last year, and it was a sort of a really good reminder that what open source software, when there is a vulnerability in there, can mean for us. There is a really popular Java logging package, which is your Apache Log4j, and that had a vulnerability which could allow for a remote code execution to happen. And that could be done just with a single malicious code. Now, Log4j is actually really popular. There's been over 400,000 downloads of this particular software. So as you can imagine, it is widely used. And if you were anywhere within DevSecOps, security, in a developer landscape, you would have heard about this. So, but I just thought this really sort of drives home the message that there can be real challenges with using open source. And just in terms of the impact from an attack perspective, there were over 100 attempts just in the early days every single day. And in the first week, there were about almost over 800,000 attacks that have happened. So the scale of this can be quite large, going back to that 70 to 90% of organizations actually utilizing open source in their software. So I think I've set the scene for, why open source is something that we should be concerned about. We've open sourced, as I said, but now what? So you can sometimes feel a little bit like the Niffler over here, losing all your gems when you're using open source and all your vulnerabilities, and you find that there is a vulnerability. So I just thought that'll be a good imagery to put you in. So what are the certain things you can do? And I think this is where you might start to notice my slides have gotten a little bit scrappier, because these are the ones I've had to redo in the last 10, 15 minutes. So there's a few things out there currently in terms of, sort of looking at open source and how do we sort of attack something like open source to be able to resolve it. So the first thing is community collaboration. So there's a lot of community collaboration that is happening. There is OpenSSF, which is part of the Linux Foundation, and we'll go into that a bit more. There is Project Persia, and you can check that out as well. Again, a community collaboration looking at ways to improve open source. Also, government bodies. So the White House has obviously gotten involved with open source with their federal mandate about SBOM. And as I previously mentioned, there is also Open UK, that is another body that is looking at open source. Just being from Australia, I thought it would be worthwhile just mentioning, we do have an open source industry in Australia as well that is looking after that as well. In terms of tooling, there is a few things that you can do to look at your open source. So you can use static code analysis, a tool like maybe Sneak, and you can complement that with a DAST or a SAST, which is your dynamic or a static application security testing. There are lots of really good frameworks that are coming through. So if you have been watching this since APJ, we did have actually a talk about the Salsa framework and someone who actually went into the complementary GUAC as well. So that is another framework that, a lot of companies have been utilizing to sort of look at their open source and how do they manage that. There is also a secure software architecture from CNCF. So for the purposes of this talk, and because it is a 30-minute talk, I would love to sort of go into all of these, but, there just isn't enough time to do it justice. So I will just be focusing on OpenSSF. So OpenSSF is a governing body that has come together really with a lot of, as you can see, organizations that have decided, what we do need to do something about open source. Open source is something that is being widely used within our community. And this is something that we need to really come together as a community to address that. And you can see all these companies have come together to sort of take a few initiatives to target, how do we make sure that the open source software that we're utilizing in our programs, in our software, are secure. And I do encourage you guys to just sort of go and look at open source. They have a website which talks a lot about that. But what they have put in place is this plan, which is called the Open Source Software Security Mobilization Plan. Now, if you look at the components of it, there are 10 components in there, and all of it kind of would make sense to you. So there is things like, security education, looking at risk assessment, looking at the adoption of digital signatures. And I know we've had a talk in the APJ session, and I know Randall, who introduced me as well, he did a talk on, what digital signature and code signing does mean, and, what it does mean for your software as well. About memory safety, incident response, doing better scanning and code audits, data sharing. There's talk about SBOM in that as well, and also improved software supply chain. So there is a bit to go in there, and they actually do have an entire report that talks through it. Now, just for the purposes of this talk, I would love to sort of dissect each and every part of this, but I've decided to sort of pick 3 top things. I think we're going to be talking about digital signatures. So, what can we do with digital signatures to secure our open source software? When we're talking about code audits, things you can do with your code to secure your open source. And also, I know everyone's probably heard SBOMs quite a bit, but I truly believe it's a conversation that needs to keep happening. So we will sort of delve into SBOMs as well. So those are the 3 components from the open source software security mobilization plan that we'll be focusing on. So the first one is the digital signature of software. So all the open source software that you consume in your organization, you need to know that what you're consuming is exactly what you are intending to use it for. When someone creates a particular software, then it's modified. Often the challenge is that you do not know what the modifications have been. And if you were intending to use that software for a particular reason, have there been any changes? So what the OpenSSF is suggesting and they're proposing is they want to drive some improvement of these existing signing tools. Now, if you were at KubeCon earlier this year, you may have heard about Sigstore, which is now generally available. So that is one of the tools that is available. And it's really encouraging that adoption of these open source projects to make sure that what open source software you're using, who was the author of that, and what are the changes that have been made for that open source software. Now, they're hoping to do this through various different ways. Obviously, adoption of tools is one, but also things like, training for the maintainers, who are a very, very important part of this. And I think I really resonated with something that was said at the KubeCon keynote, that we don't give enough support and probably credit to a lot of these maintainers who are, sort of maintaining these open source softwares, as a side project and out of a labor of love. So just doing more support and training for that. Also, the goal is they are looking at the top 200 projects that are being utilized across the board in various different organizations. And something like a Log4j would have been part of that, and looking at ways to improve software signing for those softwares. So that is one thing that has been recommended. The other one is about third-party code reviews. So looking again at the most critical open source software, by having third-party firms do sort of a code review for these, and doing a report that would be available for everyone to find. So if you're using a particular open source, you will be able to look at that report and understand, are there any vulnerabilities that I need to know of? They are hoping to cover the top 50 in the first year. So that's what they're currently working on. But the intention is that in the next 2.5 years, they'll cover the top 200. So you will be able to sort of go back to this public report that they're going to publish to be able to see, okay, if I'm using, say, a Log4j, what does that code look like? Are there certain things that I need to be aware of as well? Right. And again, SBOM. So I think, I know I did say this in the APJ session as well, but I've been told that if you say SBOM 3 times in 2022, a genie appears. So I'm going to see if that genie appears for me. SBOM, for anyone who isn't familiar, which I don't think there'll be many people in this cohort, but it's just a software bill of materials. I know one of the speakers before gave an example of it being a recipe of a chocolate chip cookie. So it just pretty much everything that goes into your software. What is the ingredient list, as a lot of people have tried to sort of explain it that way. And they're proposing that we need to do things to improve SBOM tooling and training to drive the adoption. A lot of companies are providing SBOMs these days, but just in terms of, what the qualities of those SBOMs is and how organizations are actually utilizing that SBOM. At the moment, I think a lot of organizations are still sort of looking at SBOMs going, yes, if I do find that there is a log4 shell happening and I know one of my softwares uses a log4j, I can go back to that. So there is that simple sort of trajectory that people are mapping out, but I think what they're proposing is that little bit more sophistication. So working with developers to improve that tooling, also sort of baking in security into a lot of those open source software as well, and sort of baking in that SBOM. There's also a talk about a lot of education to happen in that space as well. So they've proposed things like, training, having different templates in place, and obviously community advocacy. So just normalizing that everyone who's creating open source or any software is creating SBOMs and also sort of consuming it. Now, SBOM is something that is mandated in the US by the federal government for anyone who's wanting to sell to the federal government, but it is something that is being advocated in other countries as well. So in UK, there's Open UK. In Australia as well, the government actually encourages companies to have SBOMs and utilize that. So that's all well and good. I know these are initiatives that we're talking about. And the reasons why I wanted to mention these is that for organizations, if you're working with open source software, these are the kind of things you do want to be thinking about. You do want to think about your SBOM from the software that you're consuming, but also software that you might be distributing. You do want to make sure that the software that you're using has been signed. There is that code signing in place to make sure that the integrity of that software is good. And you also want to look at things like code audits. So at the moment, I know OpenSSF, the report is not out there, but you can be doing certain things to do that code audit. As I mentioned, things like, static code analysis. And if you want to, complement that with a DAST or a SAST. So this is something that the Open SSF actually have on their website, but this is something called the Open Source Program Office. And there is a lot to go through, but I thought from my perspective, this is a good takeaway slide that I had in mind. And if as an organization, you're looking at this and going, okay, am I really using 70% of my software is open source? And a lot of organizations don't realize how much of their software might be open source. You may be thinking, okay, I appreciate that something like an OpenSSF is working on this project, but what are the certain things that I can do today to be able to sort of, look at these things, because, I cannot be waiting, say, a year to start doing certain things. And I think this slide that they've got over there, kind of summarizes it quite well. So these are real actionable things that you can put in place today to look at how you can improve your open source security. So obviously focusing on education, I think it's one of those really simple things that we often talk about, but it's definitely not to be underrated, talking about this within your organization and making sure that everyone understands what the implications of using open source. It definitely allows you to move faster and innovate. But on the flip side, we do need to know what the cost of doing that is. Multi-factor authentication, I know we had a really good talk from Okta about that as well. Again, that is one of those things that, it's worthwhile implementing, just making sure things are secure. You're using a combination of tools in your pipeline to detect these vulnerabilities. So OpenSSF actually has a guide for security tools. So if you go on there, they kind of talk about different tools, but the takeaway message is, no tool is perfect. It kind of has to complement, the culture that you've got within your organization and what you're using it for. So there wouldn't be one tool fits all in this case, but, that is something that you can do. We spoke about, adopting something like a SIG store or a code signing as well. The software bill of material adoption. Then you want to obviously monitor your overall health of the open source projects that you're using as well. So the Linux Foundation actually has this thing called LFX that you can utilize, and they also have a chaos toolkit. So yes, what I'll probably do is, so I did have a resource slide at the end of this, but obviously as I've had this great experience today, I will pop these resources into the DevSecCon Discord channel, all the resources that you can kind of go into to be able to sort of, look at all this information and implement it in your organization. There are also some really great guidelines that are available as well. So in a nutshell, I think what I wanted to really sort of wrap up with is open source is great. I am very supportive of people utilizing open source. It is great for innovation, but it does come with its own costs. And there are some great initiatives that are happening across the board, and OpenSSF being one of the big ones out there currently. So I do encourage everyone to go check that out. Look at their open mobilization plan. I've obviously flagged only 3 of the components, but I think each of the components that they're speaking about, and I will kind of maybe just flick back to that, are equally important. And I do encourage everyone to look at that and sort of implementing something like that within their organizations. Thank you so much for everyone's time.
Well, Shilpi, thank you so much for that
Shilpi.
presentation. That was incredible.
Thank you. Hopefully I did all right for time. I was trying to kind of keep a track on, am I going over or not?
You did fantastic. Yep.
This is how I imagine you say S-bomb.
Yes, I was trying to sort of, maybe not say S-bomb enough. I think there's like few buzzwords for 2022, which, you kind of like don't want to say it, but I think I think someone said that, things are a buzzword for a reason sometimes. And I think S-bomb is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and bringing up Log4Shell
point.
so close to the holidays again, or so close to the anniversary.
Yeah.
Very
I know.
risky, very risky.
That's why I thought a disclaimer was appropriate.
Yeah.
One of the things I always find super just fascinating about open source and security in general is I think about this often, but like apparently, and I just Googled this to make sure I'm not going to give anyone some fake information here, but Isaac Newton is the one who said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants," which is one of my favorite quotes of all time. And I feel like in the software world, it's like one of the most relevant things to, literally everything we do, because when you're building applications today, you're using so much work that people that have come before you have built, and it's all just open source stuff, all the way down to the kernels of the operating systems that you're working on most of the time. And it's just so impressive how much like the collective human knowledge and like sharing of that knowledge has like enabled for today's stuff. But it doesn't come without risk, and there's all sorts of things you need to do to use those tools in nice ways and make sure you're not like breaking things and causing problems. But absolutely loved your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, 100%. I see in the over on the Hopin platform, Hanno said that's fantastic talk as well, Shilpi. However, Hannah's a little disappointed, and I agree with Hannah. There was no genie that popped up when you said S-bomb 3 times.
I know. I was hoping for that. I think one of these days, maybe I need to say it 10 times. I think maybe it's not 3.
Yes. Awesome.
But-
Any other questions for Shilpi?
I think I have a genie image. Here we go. That kind of looks like a genie.
I love that. I think I'll need that for my next talk. The third time I say it, Brian Clark pops up.
The beardless Brian Clark. Also, we got to talk about Micah's photoshopping skills there, because I don't know what he did to my face, but it looks really choppy and everything. And I feel
I
didn't know I had such a
face is your
lumpy
face,
head,
man.
Micah.
I can't help with that.
I have such a lumpy head. All right, awesome. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here now?
Now you've just made it awkward, Brian.
Yeah,
Well-
I do a really good job at that. So thanks for having me.
Well, Shilpi, thank you for joining us, and thanks for dropping some great open source knowledge on everyone. If people want to connect with you, what's the best way for them to get in touch? Do you have anything you want to plug?
Yes, so I think, if you look up Cloud Security Podcast, I think you should be able to find us. I'm usually on LinkedIn is probably the best way to find me, but I also do hang out on the DevSecCon Discord as well, and that's where I'll be popping in the handy links for this talk. So yeah, that's another place you can find me.
Amazing. Well, Shilpi, thank you so much for coming, and we will talk to you later. Take care.
Thank you. All the best.
Whoops. All right. Well, it looks like our next speaker is due to come on in just about 60 seconds. So we have to do sort of a quick intro. Brian, you want to jump in there and introduce our next amazing speaker?
Yes, we can. I think it's a perfect segue because Shilpi was talking about code signing a little bit, and our next speaker is going to be talking about code signing and how you can still get hacked after signing your software, right? So it's perfect for that. But to help set it up, we have joining us to speak on this is Gal, who has 10 years of software development and cybersecurity experience. Gal's early career included software development for the Israel Defense Forces, Unit Matzav, and followed by roles as a Linux kernel engineer at Volumes, and a technical lead at Infinidat. This is like a tongue twister for me, trying to make sure I'm pronouncing these things well. Gal also came to Legit Security, where he's at now, as a security researcher and subject matter expert on software supply chain security. And with that, let's bring Gal on to start our next session.
Welcome, Gal.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Welcome.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming
Can
by.
we all agree that? Can we all
Thank you
agree that
for
Legit
having me.
Security is an awesome name?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I love it too.
Now, will somebody come up with illegit security to counter that?
That would be a problem. Yeah.
Nice.
That's their dark web sister company.
Well, Gal, we're all looking forward to your talk. So without further ado, the floor is yours, good sir.
Perfect. Thank you. So, yeah, cool. I just start the presentation. Cool. So, yeah, I'm Gal. And in Legit, I actually research supply chain security, CI/CD, pipelines, and other SDLC assets and looking for risks. And now we're going to talk about artifact poisoning in Docker registries, and we'll see why you can still get hacked even after you sign your software artifacts. Now, we'll start with understanding why the registry is actually the weakest link in the pipeline, and we'll see how would artifact poisoning go in the process. Then we'll see artifact signing as a measure to protect against it, and we'll see how to do it right, which is not so trivial as one would expect. Then we'll see the community adoption for the solution and the next steps for you to take. To start, let's meet the supply chain of Alice's restaurant. So in the kitchen, we have the cooks using different ingredients. And when they finish preparing the dish, they can pass it to the Alice, the chef, which checks the dishes for food quality issues or food poisoning. And if everything is fine, Alice can put the pasta on the serving bar where it waits. And it waits for the waiter to pick it up and deliver it to the customer, Bob. Now, the waiter just takes it off the serving bar and delivers it to Bob. And when Mallory, our malicious actor, decides to poison Bob, we need to ask ourselves, where would Mallory decide to inject poison? So the kitchen is a full of the cooks and Alice, and they check for the quality. And the natural place for Mallory to go would be the serving bar when no one is looking at the pasta. And now when the pasta is poisoned, the waiter just picks it up and delivers it to Bob. And that's a bit of a problem. And now, like every other business owner in 2022, Alice decides to go to the cloud, and Alice's restaurant is going digital. And now instead of a kitchen, we have the SEM, and we have different branches. And when they are ready to merge, they go into the main branch. And in this process, we have code reviews, SAS, Dust, and other tests to make sure that the quality of the code is fine, and there are no vulnerabilities. And only if everything checks out, then we can prepare the Docker and push it to the registry. In the registry, we store the image, and it waits for the CD to pick it up, to pull it actually, and to deliver it to production. It could be either the cluster or a cloud environment or whatever environment you have. And once again, the natural place to inject the poison would be in the registry after all the checks are already passed. And this time, the attack would be to override the tag, to point to a different image, a malicious one, that the attacker pushes. And then, once again, the CD would just pull the image off the registry and deliver it directly to production. Now, we have a problem, and let's just see how that kind of process would look like from the code perspective. So we have the original Docker file that Alice uses, which is a simple hello world application. On the other end, the malicious Docker file is having some malicious code running inside it. And actually, the publishing process would be similar. In both cases, it would be a simple build where we also tag the image, in this case, hello world and v1.0. And then we push the image using the tag. And on the other end, on the CD, we'll simply use the image and tag to specify the image and deploy it. Now that we understand that process, let's ask ourselves, how could a malicious actor actually get access to the registry? So it could be more trivial than one would imagine. It could be because of misconfigured systems, such as a registry with anonymous access allowed, or just an unpatched version. Or otherwise, it could be because of credentials compromise, meaning credentials leak or secrets in code. Or otherwise, it could be via social engineering, phishing, or an internal threat. And now that we know how to get to the registry, let's ask ourselves how to protect against the artifact poisoning. So for Alice and Bob, the way to do it, which are actually the CI and the CD, would be to sign the image in the CI, then upload that signature to the registry. And in the CD, we would verify the signature, and only if the signature is valid and matches the image, we would deploy the image. Now, back to the pipeline, once again, we push the image, then we sign it, and only after signing it, and the deployer would be able to verify the image and make sure that the signature matches. And if everything checks out, only then we can deploy to production. How would we do it? So, as mentioned in the previous talk, there is Seiso to the rescue. We can use projects such as Seiso, which is actually probably the most popular container signing project, and it is open source, and we can use it to both sign and verify the image. And when it comes to code, now on top of the build and push, we also have cosine sign using the private key and specifying the image and the tag just like before. And on the other end, we have cosine verify using the public key to verify the image. And only if the verification succeeds, we would proceed to deployment. Now, the thing is that there's still a problem here. And to understand the problem, we need to recall what is a tag. So a tag is a label that is used to describe the image, and is actually a mutable reference to the image. What it means is that anyone with right access to the registry can override any tag and make it point to any image, in our case, a malicious one. On the other end, tags are what everyone loves to use. It is handy, it is descriptive, it is very useful, and we do want to use tags. It is a convenient way to work with Docker images. Now, unfortunately, it is also the reason that this scheme is compromised. Tags open the door for the following race condition. Okay, so what is the race condition? We have Mallory, the malicious actor. Now, instead of pushing it once, Mallory uses a simple while loop, and Mallory pushes the image continuously. On the other end, in the CI, Alice would simply, just like we've seen before, would push the image once and then go and sign the image. Now, because Mallory continuously pushes the image, actually what would happen is that when we sign the image, we would sign the malicious one, which is pushed after the original one. So let's see how the race goes. First, we have Alice pushing the image like before. Then Mallory pushes the malicious one and overwrites the tag to point to the malicious image. Now, when Alice signs the image, or in our case, the CI, obviously, then we sign the malicious image instead of the original one. When we continue to the CD and try to verify the image, we will see that the signature is valid. We actually sign it using the valid private key. Now, because of that, we would continue and actually run the malicious image in production. So we've just lost the race. And to understand how to deal with that problem and how to solve it, we need to now recall what is a digest. So a digest is an immutable hash value, and it corresponds to the content of the image. So every image has a single hash value corresponding to it, and this digest, hash value is a digest, so it is associated to this specific image. Now, the problem with digests is that they are long, as you can see below, and they are not handy, they don't describe the image, and they're hard to move from place to place, and no one would want to specify them manually in different parts of the pipeline. So hopefully we can find a solution to use digest, but not to specify them manually. And the reason we would want to use digest is because this way we can pin the specific version of the image that we want to use, meaning we can use our original image and not being in doubt about whether the tag is now overridden by the malicious one. And back to the code, now instead of just pushing the image and forget about it, we also take the output of the Docker push command, and this output also contains the digest of the freshly pushed image. Now, from that output, we would extract the digest, and now when we want to sign the image, we would use the digest to specify the image, meaning that we can be certain that the image that we sign is actually the original one and not the one that might be overridden later. On the other end of the process, we have the verify command, and from that output, we can also extract once again the digest. And when we deploy the image, we would use the digest to specify which image we want to deploy. Now you can notice that when we verify it, we actually use the tag, but then we know that the image that we verified is the one that we got in the output, and this is the one that we get in the digest. Now, just something to notice here is that in no point in the process, neither in the signing or the verification, we didn't actually specify the digest manually. We still use tags like modern pipelines, but we still got the digest when we needed to sign the image and to actually deploy it. This way we get the best from both worlds. And when we go back to the pipeline to see how would it go, so once again, Alice pushes the image, and now we can see that it also has a digest associated to it. And now, once again, Mallory pushes the malicious image and makes the tag to point to the malicious image. But the difference here is that now that we sign the image, we actually signed the original image because we specify it using the digest and not the tag. And what it means is that when we go to the CD and we need to verify the image and we do it using the tag, as we've seen, we'll see that there is no matching signature to that image because we didn't sign the malicious image, we only signed the original one. Now, with that knowledge, we can actually abort the deployment and prevent the malicious code from running in production. Okay, so let's have just a quick summary of the different steps we went through. At first, we had no signing at all, meaning we could have artifact poisoning pretty easily. Then we used tags, which is probably the most intuitive way to use Dockers, and we used it to sign the image. But unfortunately, as we've seen, it enables actually the malicious actor to use the race condition to still poison the artifact. Finally, we use digest, and this way we just shut the door on mallory, and no artifact poisoning is allowed here. Okay, so when we discovered this problem, we then went to the community and wanted to make sure that no one is impacted by that race condition. So first there is the Fixer project, and we went and reported the case to the project, actually in the Slack channel. And now when users use cosine to sign images using tags, it would warn them. And after a compatibility period, the support for container signing using tags would be completely removed from cosine. In addition, we went to the Go Releaser project, and we contributed a patch that makes sure to output the digest of generated Docker images, which means that now users can actually take the digest and use it to sign the images that they generate. And finally, we went to the Salsa project and made sure to update the documentation to also use the digest from the Go Releaser process and use it for provenance generation in Salsa. Now, in addition to these two projects, we also opened the issues for the Docker project, and to make sure that this kind of race condition does not happen with Docker Trust, meaning that if anyone wants to sign a remote tag, it would not be allowed. And also with Notary project, which is pretty similar to Sixtor in many aspects, we also opened the issue and made sure not only to prevent and warn users about tags, but also to update the documentation so users can be aware of the problem. Finally, what should you do about it? So first, you need to keep a tight grip on your secrets and your access keys and to protect your registries. So the prerequisites that we had for that attack won't be met. But still, even if you do that, things might go wrong and secrets might leak. So make sure to sign and to verify your artifacts in your pipelines, and make sure to do that correctly using digest and not tags. And finally, I encourage you to be more aware of this kind of software supply chain security issues and risks. And you can do it by listening to talks and going to conferences like this one, or reading more. You can read more in our blog, and there is a lot of content in this area these days. And finally, I want to thank you for listening, and I want to thank again DevSecCon for hosting me here, and I hope you enjoyed it, and let me know if you have questions.
Excellent talk. Thank you, Gal.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I need
Great
to get
talk.
that applause sound effect going.
It's scary to think of all the different ways people can basically trick you into deploying malicious images. It's pretty insane.
Right.
Do we have any? Is there any occurrences that we know of where somebody accidentally signed a poison version and it got out into the wild the way that you described?
No, so actually we haven't found such cases in the wild. Obviously, there are the infamous code cove attack where artifact poisoning in registries took place, but we don't know if this attack being taken advantage of.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a
very
scary
cool.
topic, especially since you can really trick people into signing the malicious images as well, which is, I think, something people don't expect. It always seems to me, so maybe, I know you have a lot of background in this, but it always seems interesting when you're talking about cryptographically signing things in general, because I think most software developers view a cryptographic signature as essentially being infallible, you know? And I think the
Right.
reality is there's so many different ways to abuse that or trick it, you know, both in terms of code
Right.
signing, even when you're using GPG keys on GitHub, to everything like artifact signing. It's just scary out there.
Totally. In my opinion, actually, when you find a malicious image, it's much worse, because when you find things, as you said, one would trust it much more than an unsigned image, and then you just deploy it directly to production and do much more dangerous stuff with it. So yeah.
And there's
Are
no
you-
possibility for somebody to fake the digest, right? It literally has to
Right.
have the same exact contents.
Right. So using like SHA-256, so you get like 2 to the 1 to 128. So it's practically impossible.
Okay.
Unless they're using MD5 with tons of collisions and stuff and just causing all sorts of havoc everywhere. Yeah.
I use base 64 encoding. That seems to be the right way to go about it, right?
I heard, could you comment on this? I heard ROT 13 was the new best standard for modern encryption. Any commentary there? Please don't use ROT 13.
Some quick comments from the chat. I see Gabriel over on Hopin says props on the graphics used, changes from the usual Al/Bob graphs on Wiki. So there you go. Thumbs up on that. And then somebody over on YouTube by the name of Micah Silverman says great talk, Gall. So
thanks.
There you go. Thanks so much, Gall. That was excellent.
Yeah,
cool,
thanks
guys.
for joining
Thank
us.
you very much for having me.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So Micah, do you want to introduce our next speaker?
Yeah, I definitely do. So next up, we have Frederico Hakamine, and he is a Brazilian, a Pomerense, an Ngrocker, fan of good software, Legos. He's a brewmaster, and he is, I can confirm, a jack of all trades, but I refuse to say the part of his bio that he put forward, which is master of none. He's mastered a lot of things. And I'm really glad that he's going to speak for us here today. He and I work together at Okta, and we've talked at various conferences, and he's an all-around great guy in addition to being an amazing technologist. And we were having fun with ngrok before he went to work for ngrok. So it's cool to see you there now too, Frederico. Let's bring him in. There he is.
Hi, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know where you are. I know this is happening around the world. So happy to be here. So happy to see familiar faces. Thanks for the intro, man. Yeah, I'll say I'm a master of none. I try to master stuff by tripping to some things. I'm here to talk about one of these. We're not the tripping at. It's webhooks. It's so fun. So hope you guys can see my screen. Can you?
Not yet.
Not yet. You need to share your screen, and then we can add it to the stream. We're also getting a little bit of echo.
Oh, I'm getting echo. Let's see if it gets better now. Is it better now?
There we go.
Okay. Audience.
Right. So shall we kick it off? You ready to go?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here. I'm here to talk about ways to make security better. My name is Fred again. I work at ngrok. And I'm here to touch three things. First, just a quick recap of webhooks in security side. So there are some things on the architecture that when it comes to security. Second, show you some of the finds. Oh, I'm getting some reverb. Let's see. Let me switch to the built-in mic. Yeah, good idea, Randall. Okay.
Just a little visit from the demo monster. It happens.
Oh yeah, it happens to me all the time. Is this better?
I think it is better.
Okay, cool. Wow, Bluetooth is winning wire today. Okay, so continuing with where we were. My goal is to go through three things, just a quick recap of webhooks, more from the security side, show you some findings of a research we did with over 100 different webhook implementations, and talk about things you can do to make webhook security better, whether you are a listener and you're consuming those, whether you are serving others with that. And with that together, in the third item, actually give you some action or give you some things to do to help the community make better webhook security. So let's get going. This is a quick presentation. I'm going to share this link with you later so you can have access to the decks. As webhooks, starting with a quick intro, many people already are familiar with webhooks because if you see them, you love them, right? Webhooks are one of the best things ever, most empowering things. It allows you to build applications that react to events. So instead of let's say through a traditional API, if you're integrating with Twilio, go and ask Twilio all the time, hey, do you have a new message I can work on? You just send an URL to Twilio, say, tell me when it happens, instead of me calling you all the time. Twilio sends you that. It's great for Twilio, it's great for you because there's no overhead. There isn't a bunch of calls going on. However, that changes the game a little bit in terms of security. The first thing is that most of the security responsibilities that will typically go with the Twilio side of things, let's say the provider, it goes to the consumer. So in a pooling strategy, Twilio is checking your authentication for keys, it's checking your OAuth, they implement DDoS and all bunch of things. Whereas on the webhooks, that responsibility most of the times relies on the listener side. And the second thing is that, related to this, is that you don't necessarily need to do all the security stuff in order to be successful or functional, if you will. So this is me creating something to do crazy stuff with my CD. If I get a webhook notification from GitHub, and because I'm a lazy developer, I didn't do a bunch of stuff on security. There's just a to-do for V2. And that's actually bad in terms of security. I'm not even doing authentication. These ones are fairly known if you're familiar with webhooks, but there's a third caveat. There are so many different ways to secure webhooks, and it's so easy to ignore that because when you think of webhooks, you think of simplicity. So at ngrok, my current gig, we started implementing webhook integrations for service we're doing over there, module. And the first time we started scoping for this work, we were like, yeah, it's gonna be simple. We're gonna do a bunch of those. But after going through many different of those, as a responsible developer, we started seeing some differences that make work for us a little bit harder. And it light a bulb in our heads. So the first thing is that when starting implementing security for webhooks, 7 out of 10 webhooks will present some differences. Even with most webhooks using HMAC signatures, so you sign the body, you send it over and use that as a way of doing authentication and message integrity. Many do in different ways. So half will do encoding with base64, the other half with hex. They will hash different parts of the message. It goes all over. And only a few percentage of webhooks will implement more controls, which you should be leveraging as a listener. So it gets very hard to do it right. And as a responsible developer as well, because security do not necessarily stand in between the success and getting that webhook call done, you end up having to read a bunch more docs and have to build a much more than just like getting that get started and run with it. So the getting started will just get you to understand the webhook message, but adding security around that and in the right way requires you to go through a bunch of different documentations and explore how that thing will work. So yeah, nice. Thank you for showing all the problems we have in the world. What we can do to fix this. So the best way we could think about when we tackle this problem, when we look at that, we started actually cataloging those scenes as we were implementing the integrations ourselves. We thought that while we cannot change the world, we can make it a little bit better to help people spot the patterns and see how good looks like. That's in a website called webhooks.fyi that you can go and check it out yourself. I'm gonna go through some of the findings we got from this place and share some easy ways and strategies you can do better webhook as a listener or as a consumer or as a society. Starting with the provider. So if you are a SaaS service or if you are creating your service and you want to send webhooks to people, these are some of the things you can do that are very easy to do in general, and that will help people a lot. Providing amazing documentation is quite obvious, always good. Implement security when you send a message as well. Don't treat that just as a responsibility to the listener. There are things you can do in this front. Improve secret keys, strong encryption and hashing, signature payload, leverage the payload and the signature, not only for body, but headers. Implement replay prevention, versioning, and compensatory controls. The listings like a shopping list, like how do I do this? How do I get this right? The suggestion here is to copy from the greats. There are many great patterns implemented throughout the industry, not necessarily consistently, but when you go through those things, let's say webhook security, and you see things like how do I do one-time verification, or how do I build amazing documentation, you can go through webhooks FYI and see what you need to do or what are the greats to copy from. Great example of that, Square would tell you which events you can listen to, how you should subscribe to events. Or Stripe does a great job with telling you how to retry a webhook when something doesn't go right insecurely. Copy the greats. You should be good on that front. Use this as a catalog for you. As a listener, these are some of the best practices you can do. Use HTTPS. Ensure you are actually leveraging security rather than just putting in the to-do like I did with my Node.js app. Restrict access by IP, storing secrets, segmenting, rotating, using robust algorithms, calling back the service if you're not sure. And one thing you will notice is that many of these patterns are the same patterns you're using when developing safe web apps or APIs. So if you pay attention very well to those endpoints you're providing, you should have that same level of attention to how you listen to the world. There are some things as an industry that's a little bit hard to do, but it's important to do. So there are some standards. You're seeing some of the most popular ones here. You can see the IETF HTTP message signatures, which is very promising. So they are trying to create a spec for signing HTTP messages because HTTP message signature is the most popular authentication mechanism in webhooks. It will certainly influence the whole industry in the right direction. Same goes with cloud events. They are both trying to do the same thing. So one is IETF, the other one is by the Cloud Native Foundation. Also, there are other things specific to security, like the OpenID share signals and secrets and the REST hooks. It's an initiative from Zapier. This is something that's going on here. Because there are many standards, there is let's say a arms race here to see who's gonna win or who's gonna be the most prevalent one. As an individual, you can contribute to some of those, or you can actually help build awareness yourself. These are some of the ways to help out the industry. Everybody that develops a webhook or consumes a webhook is in a unique position. If you're a responsible developer, you will need to do some of those things we talked about, right? You will need to parse the documentation, figure out the things that needs to be used and how to use them. So if you're in the middle of doing that, go to the places where these things are being cataloged and tell the world about it. It could be both in webhooks FYI and also the awesome webhook list from Rila Dell. That's really, really good. Actually, we recommend that as well as a great place. And if you're a provider, follow the good patterns, see what good looks like from other providers, and also list your provider. Show proud that you're there. This is my call for you to action. Go and figure out, help us out. I'm here to answer any questions you have about webhook security. I can go into some of these deep items for you, tell some of our findings. We have that in a blog as well that I'm gonna share. We walk through all the different patterns, all the things that are right, the things that are actually kind of scary, and even frustrating about the experience. With that, I'll pass it back for questions.
Hey, thanks for that, Frederico.
Amazing talk.
I dropped in a quick question. Would you say on the slide where you were showing the various standards like OpenID and HTTP, would you say any one of them is ahead of any other at this point? Like is one kind of emerging as a leader?
Many of those right now, they are on the draft specs and they are on like open for comments. I really like the IETF message signature and the cloud event. It's hard to pick a fake one. They are very good. They're doing things that are very hard to do. I'll give you a good example. So cloud events, they are very opinionated about including in your payload and signature the header. in a certain kinds of headers. So let's say you're making a webhook call, like the message tells you some information that you should be taking forward, but the header might tell that many times. Great example is a timestamp. So headers typically carry a timestamp to prevent replay attacks. Cloud Events is very opinionated about the timestamp. It says it should be Unix. So that like takes a lot of hesitation on how it should do. And you should include these headers as part of your signature. And then there's versioning as well. So I really like their work over there. I'm not saying IETF is not doing a great job as well. So it's an arms race. It's great for the industry.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I've been using webhooks for a long time, and I've seen just in terms of like security patterns over the years, things have sort of shifted. I remember originally when webhooks were first sort of gaining popularity, there was no concept of validating a request or figuring out who sent it. I think eventually people sort of moved to like having a shared key sort of model. Do you think, like, what do you think is happening in terms of the security side of webhooks just in the future, given all the changes that have been happening in the last handful of years?
Yeah, webhooks, they are a very interesting space because like the mission number 1, 2, and 3 is building for simplicity, which I honestly love, but it also makes security challenging at some times. So I see hashes still as a great way of doing that. Some implementations are trying to add OAuth, trying to add things like that's amazing at one place, because if you use, let's say, JOCs, it's great because there's key rotation happens automatically, but OAuth is hard to implement. So what you're seeing in the marketplace these days is like hashing of more things and things that add additional security. So timestamps is an example, versioning is another one. There are many interesting implementations out there. There are some people also using just the JWK part to distribute keys. That's really sweet and interesting. But there is still a lot of things using basic authentication out there. I believe in our research, we found 15% of the implementations using it. A bunch of implementations using SHA-1 and hash signatures. That's kind of scary.
I actually have a couple production services I run as hobby projects, which are still using basic auth for a variety of these things.
Yeah.
Probably not the best.
Yes. Compensatory control.
What are some of those URLs?
Yeah, share those with us live right now.
Yeah, let's share it right now. Don't think so.
I don't wanna tell which ones, but I can tell you where to look at. There's a webhook directory in webhooks.fyi, and you can look at the signing algorithm used by some of those and the security controls they're implementing or not. While this should be used for good, it can also provide you some information of things that need to step up.
Ouch.
Awesome. Well, do we have any additional questions? Or if you have any additional questions for Frederico, please drop them in the chat right now before we pull in our next speaker. I also did see someone suggested people check out this awesome webhooks repository on GitHub. So thank you for sharing that. And yeah, if there's anything else you want to plug, Frederico, are there any cool projects you think people should check out, or blogs they should read, or people they should follow on Twitter? This is your chance to get the plug out there. Yeah,
awesome webhooks is a great place to go for. We got a lot of inspiration from there. As for the great examples, I really like what Stripe is doing. Zoom came up with a brand new webhook implementation that's very elegant as well. And there are a lot of great people catching up fast. So HubSpot is doing a great job with versioning. These are some like examples. I wish I could point at one example and say like, follow this company. They're doing amazing work, but unfortunately that doesn't exist today, which goes to show that we have a lot to do with webhooks in terms of security. But those are some of the cool things I can point you towards.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming by. It's so good to see you and amazing talk.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you guys. So great seeing you all.
All right.
Yeah.
See you, Frederico.
Good seeing you, Fred.
All right. Well, our next speaker coming up in a minute here is going to be super interesting as well. So that was a great talk on webhooks. I don't know, Brian, if you want to intro our next speaker and we can bring her in over here.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So next up, we have a topic on cloud governance with infrastructure as code with Kyverno and Crossplane. And the speaker for that is Dolis. Dolis is a customer success engineer at Nirmata. They manage production Kubernetes clusters for Nirmata and also works with customers for issues with their Kubernetes deployments. Dolis is a certified Kubernetes administrator, developer, and AWS solution architect certified, and is currently pursuing a master's degree in computer science. Wow, well, a bunch of accolades there, amazing stuff. And without further ado, let's bring on Dolis.
Hi, everyone. That's me.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Really looking forward to your talk. Do you want to maybe talk the audience through real quick what you're going to be sharing and what you hope for them to get out of this?
Yeah, so today we're going to talk about a little bit about what is cloud governance and what is IAC, and then I'll talk about how Crossplane and Kyverno can help us, and is in all of these can provide cloud governance with the help of policies. So yeah, and I have a quick demo, so maybe I can quickly show that what exactly I'm talking about, because before a demo, nobody understands what exactly it is.
Sounds amazing. Well, everyone who's watching, be sure to drop your questions in the chat so we can relay it over. And with that, I think we're going to let you take it over. So thank you so much for being here and really looking forward to your presentation.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so I think I've already been introduced, but I'll quickly just talk about me, and then we'll talk about today's topic. So my name is Dolis Sharma, and I'm a customer success engineer in Nirmata. And today we're going to talk about cloud governance with infrastructure as a code, which is also called as IAC with Kyverno and Crossplane. And these are some of the agendas that I have on the screen that we are going to cover today. So we will start with what exactly is IAC, and then why do we need IAC with the current challenges that we see, and then how Crossplane and Kyverno can help address those challenges, or even why do we want to use that in the first place. Then I'll quickly give you a demo, and then we'll wrap up the session. So to start with, let's talk about what is IAC. So IAC is nothing but provisioning and managing an infrastructure through code. That means it's just codifying everything, and which looks good, which is great. But why do we need IAC? So with legacy systems, we have seen that administrators actually need to manually deploy and manage all the infrastructure along with their dependencies, which requires some amount of time, which requires resources, and then it requires special skills. Now, IAC, this entire concept or approach reduces all the time, and then all the time that we were doing things manually, it actually automates that. So now engineers don't have to do these things manually. They can only define the building blocks of the project, where IAC can actually framework this, and then it can do all the heavy lifting in order to create and shape the infrastructure the right way, which allows a faster time for the market. Now, this really states and is very clear that it increases the speed of deployment, but it also cancels out all the potential error when you're doing 10 things manually, clicking here and there. And then cost, it also reduces a lot of cost along with all of these. Now, not only that, but it also improves your consistency of infrastructure. We all know that there are configuration drift that we see often due to mismatch between dev and production. And these can be due to many reasons. This can be due to ad hoc changes or any updates. And later on, we realize that, oh, there is a rift that happened in our environment. So IAC can address all of these, and then it can improve these infrastructure consistency. It eliminates all these gaps. And once you have all your infrastructure set up in a form of code, this code is auditable, it's repeatable. This approach will help you to scale down or even scale up your environment. So think of a situation or a scenario where you want to scale down your dev and bring it up in an entire different region. IAC can help you do that. You have a code and you can just scale it to a number of in n number of region or actually bring it up in just one click. So it gives you a good workflow transparency and a structural arrangement of actually provisioning your code, which is pretty awesome and sounds good. But what are the current challenges that we see today in IAC? So IAC current challenges are that there are some security risks we see that are associated with IAC. Security risk like there can be misconfigurations, there can be data exposures, there can be access privilege that you are giving with the help of your code to the infrastructure or to the development. And then there can be compliance violations that which are not compliant according to your organization. Now, while the security team is looking to enable all of these check at different level, they don't have the entire visibility in a developer's code. Now, this becomes a really big challenge when you want to achieve this without bridging the DevOps and a SecOps gap. And this actually creates friction between the team. And then there is coding dependencies. We have so many tools out there which have different language they are written on. You have to look for people who know those skills. You have to build up a team, and then it creates an extra task of actually managing all of that. And then regardless of how consistent you want to make your infrastructure, there is always configuration drift. So you have to manually reconcile it, which can cause different kind of issues like a novel deadlock, or maybe you have to have a time window where you do this reconciliation manually and things like that. So these are some of the challenges that we see in IAC today, and how Crossplane can help you address this is, so Crossplane actually uses Kubernetes API, which means that the team can orchestrate all of their infrastructure and cloud using kubectl. So if you are using Kubernetes, or if the team is aware about kubectl, they can use the same kubectl CLI terminal using which they can provision their infrastructure. Using the same terminal, they can actually provision their infrastructure, and Crossplane can be implemented as a Kubernetes add-on. So now the cluster which is useful for your workload deployment can actually help to create and provision your infrastructure. So also Crossplane uses Kubernetes declarative fashion. So you don't have to do the manual reconciliation. You just tell Crossplane what you need, what is the desired state, and automatically reconcile that. So all the time windows, all the deadlock challenges is something that you can cancel out. And since all your configuration files are in a form of code, you can actually version control them. And once you start version controlling them, you can track them, you can manage them, you can restore it back to any potential change. Not only that, when you're troubleshooting or you're finding an issue, it becomes really easy when everything is version controlled, and you can actually roll back to the previous version whenever required. And since Crossplane uses standard YAML format to create infrastructure, you actually do not require any language to learn, and this can really be helpful if you want to provide provisioning of infrastructure as a self-service. So for example, a developer who is actually creating an application using the same YAML, something similar or a similar YAML can also be used to create an EC2 instance before he is actually deploying that application. So now this reduces all the dependencies between team, and now it can be actually used as a self-service model, which is awesome. But there are some of the security challenges that we talked about. There are challenges like, how do you make sure you have that perfect check? How do you make sure that they're not privileges that you're providing while you're creating an EC2 instance? Or how do you make sure that that particular infrastructure or the particular virtual machine is in a particular region, has all the check, has proper security groups, and all those settings that you do if you are provisioning the infrastructure? That's where Kyverno can help you have those checks enabled. A little bit about Kyverno. So Kyverno means govern in Greek language. It's a CNCF incubated project, and it is a Kubernetes admission controller. It is built for Kubernetes. So that means all the policies that you're deploying and all the application deployment which you're doing for Kyverno is all Kubernetes native. So writing a policy is a YAML file. It is as easy and as simple as you write or deploy a deployment file. And using Kyverno, you can validate, mutate, and you can generate Kubernetes resources. So how does it work is you can actually write policies, and you can write policies to validate your configuration, and Kyverno can give you that checks according to that, or else you can mutate the existing Kubernetes resources, or you can generate new resources. So you can provide all the triggers that Kyverno will check for, and it can generate new resources that will give you a whole lot scope of doing a lot of automations around. So, which is good. Kyverno it does a lot of things. Crossplane helps you in infrastructure as a code model. But why do you use Crossplane and Kyverno? How to use it and why to use it in the first place? So Kyverno with Crossplane, why do you use it? So it actually addresses the IAC security risk that we talked about, which involves excessive privilege, which involves compliance violations. So what Kyverno does is it enforces the guardrails by deploying those policies. So now, even though you're providing Crossplane as a self-service, you have all the proper checks set up. You have the visibility, though enabling the self-service model, and then you know exactly the security posture of your cluster. So what Kyverno does is it scans all your deployment, and then it provides a report for you that you can have an entire visibility of what are the vulnerabilities, what are the violations that are happening from in accordance with your validating policies or all the policies that you have created. It not only blocks or audit those, it also provides guidance to the developer. So if one of the YAML or if one of the resource has been blocked by Kyverno, it actually tells why exactly is blocked so that the developer gets a guidance. He can go back, he can fix his YAML and then come back and then deploy it again. And writing a policy in Kyverno is extremely easy. So if you know Kubernetes, if you know YAML syntax, you'll be able to write your own policy from day one. Kyverno also can mutate things and it can also generate things. So you can have cool and all those new use cases for automations in your infrastructure. And also Kyverno has a CLI that you can use in your CI/CD pipeline. So now think of it that you're using IAC in your pipeline, which is provisioning infrastructure, and then Kyverno CLI is using and validating all those infrastructure before it is even deploying into the cluster. So that's how you can use Kyverno with Crossplane. Now, enough of the talking. I'll just bring up my screen and I'll quickly show you how does it look and what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, so just checking a little bit of my... Okay, so I have a couple of YAML files over here. I have a one node kind cluster, and I have Crossplane and Kyverno already deployed in this cluster. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what does an instance YAML file looks like. For taking a step back, how can you create a simple EC2 instance in Crossplane? So this is what a YAML looks like, and this is a simple instance YAML. And if you'll see, this is as a normal YAML, and you have all your settings configured over here. So you have your details of subnet, your image ID. You can add a lot of fields which are supported by Crossplane, and then creating a EC2 instances as simple as applying this YAML. So once this is applied, you will see that the instance will come up, and then you will see that it is created. Now, if you do kubectl get instance, you will see that the instance is coming up, and this is the ID that it gives you. Now, if I can check the ID in my AWS, which I'm doing on another screen, you will see that this instance will be coming up, and in some time it will be up and running. Now, in a similar way, you can also, just so I can show you, this is my instance and it is already started initializing. So in a similar way, you can also create S3 bucket, and I'm just going to delete this before. In a similar way, you can also create an S3 bucket, and the YAML for this is over here. So you'll see here that this is a bucket YAML looks like, and this is, I've specified my region over here. I've specified if you want to block public access and all the settings and all the configurations you do when you do it manually. When you create an S3 bucket, this is all possible by your YAML file. So you can add it everything over here, and you can version control it. You can put it in GitHub. You can share it. You can audit this going back. What were the settings I configured it initially? So all those things are possible when you start codifying all the things. So this is how creation of infrastructure is easy. Now, talking about the other side, how do you make sure that the privilege are on point? How do you make sure that this bucket which I'm creating is in a particular region? Or when we talk about cloud, it's all about cost and cost management. So how do you make sure that when you're creating an EC2 instance, the instance type is exactly small? Nobody is just bringing up a big instance and just creating it, and just, your cost is spiked suddenly. So how you can do is you can create a Kyverno policy, and you can have proper checks at your instance provisioning. And this is one of the policy I have. So I'm just gonna, I think I have it here already. So I'm going to show you this one. This is the policy I'm using. So this is a Kyverno policy. And these are some of the annotations which I have the messages, and just so that I know what is this policy doing. And then I have a validate. This is a validate policy, and I have it in enforce. If I change this enforce to audit, it's not going to block it, but it's going to audit it. So it will help you to know what exactly is happening in your cluster. And this is a rule. You can have a couple of them. So this is one of the rule that I'm adding over here. This rule is applicable to instance, and it's going to validate with this pattern. So this is my pattern, and it's saying that, okay, the YAML should, the instance resource should only have T3 medium. This is the pattern it's going to validate from. And if this is not T3 medium, it's going to block that, giving a message to the developer saying that this is not allowed, so that whoever is creating it knows why it is blocked in the first place. So let's see how it looks like. So I'm going to just create this policy first. I have Kyverno running over here. I have the entire setup, but I can show you how it looks. It's a single pod I'm running, and everything is, the entire setup is ready. So I'm going to deploy this policy, and if I see this policy is true, it's in enforce mode. Perfect. I'm just going to check if my instance is gone, which is, and I'm going to apply the instance YAML again, which I did when I was creating an instance. And the moment I do that, it tells me that it's denying that request. It's blocking this instance. You cannot create this instance. And the reason being is that my instance have a M1 medium, which my policy doesn't like, because I've clearly said that you should only use a T1 medium or T3 medium, something like that, which is not M1 medium, of course. So your instance type is wrong, and it tells you exactly, gives you a message that using any other instance type apart from this is not allowed. So I can go back, I can fix my YAML, apply it, and there you go. So yeah, this was a short demo or quick demo of what it looks like. Now I'm going to just go back and talk through the other set of things I wanted to cover. Okay, so I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Okay, so we covered a couple of things, and what are the key takeaways that that tells us that from the session, what are the summary or the key takeaways that we want to go away with? First is that we need IAC. IAC is wonderful. It's cool. It helps you to do a lot of wonderful and cool stuff, but it has some of the challenges, and it has some of the things that needs to be worked on. First is that using right tools like Crossplane will really help you. It will help you because it doesn't have any dependencies of any code. Anybody can learn it. The learning graph is really cool. You can provide it as a self-service. So that's pretty awesome. And then the other side of that is the security side. So using Kyverno, we can actually add those proper checks when you're creating an infrastructure, and you can provide the infrastructure provisioning as a self-service. So yeah, this was some of the things that I wanted to cover, short and sweet. If you want to know more about Kyverno, you can actually go in kyverno.io. We have more than, I don't know, like 200 policies now, and we have policies for every type, for every service of Kubernetes. You will see there, and we have a channel in CNCF and Kubernetes. So if you have anything, and we are quite active there. So if you have anything, if you have any questions, just put a message in the channel, and we should be there to help you out. Okay, so any questions if we have anything?
So first of all, amazing talk. I think we have a question just around what are some of the interesting production Kubernetes issues you've seen at your job? Because it sounds like you're working with lots of different clusters there. So what are some of the cool things you've run into?
So a lot of them, I think, it depends. I have run into a lot of security issues, and we have run into a lot of networking issues like, your worker group is not able to join your cluster because of the security groups. So yeah, a lot of issues that you think that it's a Kubernetes problem, but if you dig deeper, it's more towards your security issues or your networking issues, or more towards a Linux issue. So everything is related, I would say. It's just not Kubernetes sometimes.
I'm also really curious, by the way, if people are really interested in this and want to get more into Kubernetes and doing security for all this stuff, like, do you have any good resources you recommend people go, like either books or websites or blogs or people to follow on Twitter, anything like that?
Yeah, so I would say that we could, to know more about security and to know more about what Kubernetes security is, I usually started with understanding Kubernetes basic security and CIS benchmark, what exactly it talks about and what exactly are the standards. So that is something we should always have a look and something to keep in the back of our pocket. The other thing is we should start understanding and thinking about security at day one. Often I've seen that once anybody is in production, after they are in production live, they start thinking about security, which is not good because you're already live. So something to start with at day one, and then you can start thinking about how to write a policies from day one, how to at least have best practices and PSP policies to start with, and then later on you can harden or you can make it more strict. But to start with PSPs and to start with best practices at day one is something that I would suggest. We can go in kubernetes.io, we can have a look at CIS benchmark and what all the Kubernetes actually suggest in their own documentations.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. That was incredible. I learned a lot myself. So thank you for dropping some knowledge on me over here.
Same here. I'm not one that knows quite a bit about Kubernetes and all that space, but what you presented was understandable. And I particularly wanted to call out and mention that I like the developer experience was in mind, where I can turn on that audit mode, for instance, or just reporting kind of mode. And that way I can learn before I go any further beyond that. So thanks for pointing that out.
No problem.
Awesome.
And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right, Randall, what do we got going on next, man?
All right. So our next talk, in line with the DevSecOps theme of the event, is we have John coming on to talk with us about simplifying infrastructure as code security. Now, before we bring John in, I'm going to give you a little bit of his background. So John is the co-founder and CTO of Seiso. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, where he's responsible for the research and refinement of cloud-native security solutions, including contributing to open source projects and industry standards focused on zero trust, DevSecOps, and cloud security. He's also a SANS author for the SEC 540 Cloud Security and DevOps Automation courses, an IANS faculty member, recipient of the 2021 Startup Innovator of the Year Award, and active member of the CNCF Tag Security Group. He's also the founder of the Steel City InfoSec meetup, the PitSec collaboration space, and is a core organizer of B-Sides Pittsburgh. In his free time, he enjoys mountain biking, weightlifting, chess, and spending time with his family. Sounds like a really interesting dude. So why don't we bring him in, Brian?
Sounds good.
John, welcome to the show, man.
John.
Thank you for being
here.
Hey,
thanks for having me. I didn't have to read all of that.
Hey, I'm not going to sell you short, okay? People need to know every detail about your life in order to get the full experience. That's what we're all about here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, cool.
John, is the name of the company a play on Seiso?
Yeah, it's actually pronounced Seiso. That's technically not how you pronounce it, but it's my company. I get to pronounce it how I like. Yeah. So yeah, it's a play on Seiso. It's also a Japanese term that means like neat, clean, and organized. So the idea is like complexity causes security issues. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Love it. I apologize for completely butchering that, and I only now get it. As soon as I heard Brian say it, I was like, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah. No worries.
Well, so John, what are you going to be talking about today? I mean, we know simplifying ISC security, but what in particular are you going to be teaching people?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of different rollouts of infrastructure as code using different tools, and I've made a lot of mistakes. So this talk is mostly about outlining those mistakes during the rollout, and then particularly the adding security into those more distributed, larger deployments. And we're going to focus on Terraform for a bit because that seems to be the most popular one. But I've seen Terraform deployments that have hundreds of different repos just internally for their Terraform code. And like, how do you scale security out to that large without messing it all up and breaking developers' builds? So that's the idea.
Amazing. Well, hey, we're gonna pass the stage over to you, and looking forward to learning a bit more about ISC security. So take it away.
Yep, sounds good. Cool. Very cool. There we go. Hi. I need my little typing thing to work. I love this. Hi, everybody. My name is John Zeolla. Welcome to my talk on infrastructure as code security. So this is really great, and I think the timing is perfect, coming right after Dolis. So I don't have to cover a lot of this background stuff, but just a quick primer to myself. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and like was mentioned, I work at this company called Seiso, the co-founder and CTO, and we get mid-sized tech companies, that use cloud-native technologies, SOC 2, ISO 27001, FedRAMP, things like that, and in ways that don't frustrate your developers, hopefully. I teach some SANS classes. I do a conference. In fact, that's the mug that I'm drinking out of today. Security meetup, community, and I love doing open source things. So CNCF is where I spend most of my time, but I also do some work in the OpenSSF. All right, so we're going to kind of breeze through the background here because, like I said, that's already been covered in the prior talk. So what is infrastructure as code? It's managing and provisioning computer data with these machine readable definition files. And really, that's the key. These machine readable definition files, you could consider them code. You can call them configuration too. I won't be offended. But it's one of those two things. That's what we're talking about here. So what does that actually look like? So for the rest of this talk, we're going to focus on Terraform. And so here is a little bit of Terraform as an example. You can see we're making this generic AWS instance called server. We're making one of them, pretty straightforward. But what's really cool about infrastructure as code is you can use it to build one thing, and then you can use very small changes to that to make hundreds of a thing, right? So now we've got 100 of these servers instead of just one, just by changing that number from a 1 to a 100. Very awesome. But now we need to think about security, right? And so if you think about security here, what is that AMI? You don't really know. What is in that AMI? Is it vulnerable? Has it been patched, etc.? So we need to know, as a centralized security team, maybe what is in this infrastructure as code that all of these distributed teams are deploying. So that's a quick introduction, but here's your infrastructure as code. It's rotten to the core. I love this. There was a report done by Sneak in 2021 that talked about infrastructure as code, and they described how 63% of companies reported that they're just starting out. 7% of companies are implementing the current best practices, meaning 93% of companies are reporting themselves as not doing that. And 41% of these respondents said that the barrier was unclear benchmarks for security. And this is something that really frustrates me. Like, as someone who spends a lot of time developing, I can appreciate as a developer, like, how do I know this is secure or not? That's really maybe not my domain if I was a developer. And it's our job, I think, as the security teams to clearly inform development teams on what's okay and what's not okay. And if we can't automate that and distribute it into their pipelines and make it easy for them to understand good or not good, that's kind of our fault as a security team and not necessarily the developers for writing insecure code. So that's something I like to kind of bring onto ourselves. But it's all right. We're all in this together. We are going to try to work on a solution here. So just another quick primer specific to Terraform. There's a couple of phases of maturity that environments often go through when they're implementing Terraform as their infrastructure as code tool of choice. You'll start with this like all-in-one approach where you might have a repository, a couple repositories, and you get these really long Terraform the .tf files, and it will look a little something like this. This isn't long. In fact, this is fairly short, but you can imagine it would just keep going and keep going and keep going. Here we've got a Lightsail instance, and it is using a random name from this block down here. everything is in this block to make that server. All you need to do is pass in a couple of variables, right? And make sure that you have this script. Pretty straightforward. So that's how infrastructure code will typically start. But then as you mature, you'll start to use these things called local modules. A local module might mean that you have a file which is up top, which is really just pointing to code somewhere else. And then you've actually got that code that's somewhere else, right? So you're going to point to it, pass your variables, and now you've got a little bit of a decoupling, but it's only file-based. So you can see here, we're pointing to the modules directory in the same folder structure, Git repository. So that's like the first step of decoupling. But really the panacea is these remote modules where you have a similar sort of approach. The only change here is that that source is actually another Git repository. And what's really special is that you can have this revision at the end. So you can use a commit hash or a tag or something along those lines, or a branch name. And you can version pin those. So this allows you to decouple. You can make changes to your module. And then this code block at the top, sometimes called a live, is decoupled. So your module can be changing a bunch, and then you can update your live to the latest module when it makes sense, especially if the module doesn't meet your needs, etc., for whatever reason. So you get to this point, you've now got a mature infrastructure as code Terraform-based stack. That's awesome. And now you want to implement security scanning. So, all right, so how do we start from here? Well, you might go on the internet, you might find a tool. Kix is the one that I'm going to be using in this example. It's from Checkmarx. I think it's a pretty good tool. It does infrastructure as code scanning. And so you'll have to change directory into, the right folder that has the Terraform. You want to run a Terraform init first because you need to pull in all your providers and your dependencies. Then you run your Kix scan. Okay, great. But we've got more than one environment. So now we're going to change into the environment to directory and do the same thing. We're getting a little fed up with that. So now we're going to put it all in one big line, cd and init and scan. Okay, great. And if you're like me, you'll keep getting fed up running the same commands over and over, and you'll start making monstrosities like this. So now you're trying to automatically detect where the Terraform is using a find command, using push D to jump into that right place, run those couple commands, and then pop D to jump out of it. You're also now outputting results into a certain directory so you could look at it later. All right, we're getting better. But there's still lots of issues here. So we've done this. We ran this big one-liner, and we've got 100 repositories of Terraform, and we get our results. So we start taking a look at the results. And if you're anything like me, when you look at these numbers, you give it a little something like that. So 12,000 findings, 2,500 highs, and this is actually a real result from from one of my clients where I ran security scans. This is one of their repositories of which they had hundreds. 1,200 findings. Okay, that's great. So what do we even do now? How do you even start? Okay, you can start at the highs, but there's 2,585 of them. All right, we've got to do something about this. And then you start to dig even further, and you might even find out something like this. So in the Checkmarx Kix documentation, they say that they don't support custom modules at all. So this mature approach, that if you've read the book Terraform Up and Running, they recommend having this sort of design. Well, this is explicitly not supported by Kix, but it's not on their readme.md. You have to go under docs, platforms MD, go to Terraform modules, and find this one line in there that was actually added because I asked them to add it because they didn't support this, right? So, all right, great. We've done all this work. We have all these findings, and Kix doesn't even support our deployment mechanism. Well, that's not great. So we've made a mistake, right? And that happens to all of us. I'm hoping that everybody here can learn from my mistakes. I've made these many, many, many times. And so you can look at a repository like this IAC Security Tool Compare. I love this repository. Just kind of outlines the different options that you have to do security scanning against different infrastructure as code environments. You can see Kix is on here, but so are lots of others. Sneak is a great tool, Terrascan. My favorite of these is actually Checkoff for most scenarios, but CloudRail has its own uses. All of these have their own niche, but Checkoff is my generic favorite. So I ran into I encountered all of these different tools. I ran into lots of issues deploying them, detecting files. And then you need to manage whether or not you fail the build or not, right? We don't want to make our developers angry. We maybe even want them to be able to disable security for a time period, but still gather information. There's all these things that we might want to do. And if you've got this in hundreds of different repositories, now you've got to manage all those different repositories. You want to centralize things, right? So I made this tool called Easy Infra, short for Easy Infrastructure as Code. And the idea is that I would just make a Docker container, open it up on the internet, employ a lot of these tactics inside the container, and allow you to just like flip them on and off. So here's a deployment example with Jenkins, but this is very similar for if you're using like GitLab with GitLab runners or GitHub Actions or Bitbucket pipes. It's all very similar ideas. But with this Jenkins CI example, I think it's really nice to see, like on the left is before, probably what you're doing before implementing Easy Infra, and the right is after. And if you look closely enough, you'll see that only one line has changed. And that's the environment in which the commands are being run. So this Terraform init, validate, apply, those are just happening inside of this container instead of this one. And magically, the security stuff is just happening. Like that's the main benefit that Easy Infra brings. All you have to do is run Terraform in the Easy Infra Terraform container, and you get Terraform security. If you run Ansible in the Easy Infra Ansible container, you get Ansible security, etc. Right? It's completely transparent. And there's a whole bunch of different features. I don't have a ton of time to go through all of them, but there's a learning mode feature. So you can find out if it would have failed the build, but don't actually fail the build. Bring that telemetry locally and evaluate it. They have centralized logging, and it supports 38 different destinations. So everything that you can expect from your Splunks and Elk Stacks to syslog, CloudWatch, S3 buckets, whatever, it's all supported. It has an arbitrary hooking framework. So say what Easy Infra is doing isn't what you want to do. You can install a hook and do whatever you want to do. You can bring your own binaries. You can bring your own bash scripts, and it will hook the Terraform commands or Ansible commands, etc., and run what you tell it to do. So you need to provide some sort of custom telemetry. Your repositories are special in some way, and you need to do something a little different. That's all built in, and a bunch of other stuff too, right? And just because I don't have time for a full demo, I could do a demo if everyone would allow me. But this is what just a quick Grafana dashboard and a Loki environment setup would look like. So you can see here, we've got all of the times that Easy Infra had security turned off but ran. So this allows you to deploy Easy Infra and make sure that basic things are operating. The right Terraform versions are being detected. So the cool thing is it actually auto detects the right version of Terraform that the code requires, switches to that version on the fly, and then uses it for your commands. So you don't have to hard code any sort of versions. You can put it in the code as the Terraform required version. So you want to make sure that that sort of stuff works, and it'll centralize logs even when the security scans are turned off. So now you know when your security is turned off, and that information is just really good. But then there's other basic things you can know when it runs but found no issues. That's a good thing. When it ran and found an issue but didn't fail the build, so it was suppressed. It would have failed the build in the future if you turn blocking mode on, but it's in that audit mode. So don't fail the build. And then down here is, when are you actually failing the build? How bad is your environment getting blocked or stopped or slowed down, etc. And then at the bottom, we've got our raw logs. So like I said, I do have a demo set up, but I think I'm pretty much at time here. So yeah, let me know. Should I go forward with a demo, or do we have some questions?
I know we do have one question that came up in the middle of that, but I don't think we'll have time for the demo, just to keep things succinct here. But I appreciate you offering to do that, John, and that would be fun to see maybe in a future session. So I know really quick, Randall was here to introduce you, but knowing that you were talking about containers there, and that's like a buzzword, you say that like 3 times, that brings up our buddy Eric, and so we kicked Randall out, and we're now bringing on Eric to help talk about this stuff too. So everybody say hi to Eric real quick.
Hi, Eric.
What's up, Eric?
What's up, Eric?
I can learn to unmute myself like normal. Hey, everybody.
Yes. So the one question we had was, and we believe it still applies to infrastructure as code comments and discussion around there, was if you had any suggestions on tools for other types of infrastructure as code, like For example, CloudFormation, CDK for AWS, things like that.
Yeah, so a lot of the tools that I was talking about have support for multiple infrastructure as code systems. So like Checkov supports Helm and things like that. Sneak, I believe, supports a bunch. Kix definitely supports a bunch. In fact, if you go to like the Checkov repository and you just scroll down a little bit, oh, maybe it's not in here. They do have a whole list of logos and things like that they support. Here it's a little bit better. It doesn't work great on the dark mode, but Terraform, Kubernetes, gRPC, Crossplane, Pulumini, all this stuff. So these vendors are support multiple different deployment mechanisms. And then in Easy Infra, I actually just did a huge refactor, and I'm going to be supporting that in Easy Infra too. So CloudFormation is high on the list, Crossplane, etc.
Nice, thank you for that. Eric, Micah, any questions for John? I'll check the chat at the same time as well.
Nothing here. I was able to come back just after you started, so it was a great presentation. Thanks a lot, John.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Excellent stuff. I don't see any questions in the chat, but I guess one more thing for you, John. If folks want to get in touch with you, ask you more questions about this stuff afterwards, where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, so the project I was talking about is available on GitHub, Seiso LLC /Easy Infra. Yep, there we go. And then if you want to reach out to me, you can hit me up on LinkedIn. It's just my name, John Zeolla.
Awesome. Great stuff. Well, thank you so much, John. Appreciate you coming on here and chatting with us about that and teaching us about simplifying IAC. We'll see you around, bud.
Thanks for having me. Yep. Talk to you later. See ya.
Bye. All right. So, Eric, welcome on. Thank you for helping co-host.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for letting me play.
Really briefly, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit, let folks get to know you before we
Sure.
set up the next one?
So my name is Eric Smalling, obviously. I am a senior developer advocate with Sneak. I work with both of these fellows. And I kind of live on the container cloud native side of the house, based out of North Texas. Been at Sneak for a couple of years.
Excellent. Sounds good. All right, and who do we have up
I
next?
have overlays for everyone.
He didn't leave anybody out. Oh, there's one with me with a beard at
Nope.
least. A little bit better of a cropping situation. Not as
Better than
lumpy.
this one?
Oh, the lumpy head. It makes appearance again. Did you see that earlier, Eric? By
Yes,
chance?
I did.
Can't get it out of my mind now. That image is burned there. I think nightmares. All right, without further ado, let's introduce our next session. Next up, we are going to be talking about removing AWS policy review fatigue with automated Terraform resource analysis. And to help us learn more about that is Mohammed. And Mohammed has been working at Yelp in the infrastructure security department for a little over a year now. They are also had an internship at the Department of National Defense Canada, where Mohammed worked on software related to network security. And so without further ado, let me bring on Mohammed. Hello and welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Welcome.
Did we cover everything that you would like to introduce you, or do you want to just jump right into the talk?
Yeah, no, that was a great introduction. I think that's a good summary of my professional career. And if there's any questions, happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'm ready to jump into the talk.
Awesome, sounds
Now
good.
you're going to be sharing. Sorry to interrupt. Are you going to be sharing your screen because it's not currently there?
Yes, just 1 second. I'm getting still used to StreamYard a little bit. There we go. All right.
Perfect. All right, well, take it away. And thank you for joining us.
Excellent.
Cool. Thank you. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Mohammed. I'm a software engineer in the infrastructure security department at Yelp. And today I'm going to be talking about removing AWS policy review fatigue with automated Terraform resource analysis. Without further ado, let's begin. All right, so a little bit more about who I am. Again, I'm on Yelp's InfoSec team, where we maintain, design, and implement systems which ensure the security of Yelp's infra. My job consists of AWS cloud security work, reviewing system proposals, PRs from other teams, and a lot more. Some of my hobbies are kickboxing, content creation, and reading. I love working at Yelp because I get the time to pursue these interests outside of work, which is very important to me. And in this talk, I'd like to first lay a foundation of the life of an InfoSec on-call. and talk about a few pain points here. So the on-call is a week-long responsibility where we respond to a lot of different issues. The one I'd like to focus on is code reviews. So the on-call for InfoSec is a required reviewer on many infrastructure as code changes. Some of these include IAM groups, users, roles, S3 buckets, and more. Since we're the owner of these namespaces, whenever other teams want to create changes to resources or create new resources in these namespaces, they require us to review the PRs before they can merge their code. Until we review and approve the PRs, they cannot merge their code. So we're the bottleneck in this workflow. So here's a very, very high level overview of what the previous workflow looked like for us. So a user makes a PR, and notably, even in the case of no errors, no security issues, they still have to wait for a security review, which can take a long time. The next pain point is the time investment from the on-call's perspective. The on-call receives a lot of review requests, mostly for benign changes, which is a huge time sink. The complexity of policies leads to training new hires taking a long time, but grokking complex policies takes a long time for the seasoned reviewer as well. So in the latter case, while the seasoned reviewer will be familiar with AWS policy semantics, just the process of reviewing a long policy will take a long time. All that can be summarized by saying IAM policies can get very complex very fast. And then the next pain point I'd like to address is the frequency of these review requests. This might look familiar to you if you had a setup similar to us where your team or yourself were a required reviewer before code could be merged. Basically, the on-call becomes a full-time Terraform engineer for the week of their shift. To summarize, reviewing policy changes is a time sink, and it is a fatiguing process due to the frequency. Furthermore, human error can allow misconfigurations to slip through. So this could be, for example, the new hire we talked about before. They may not fully understand AWS policy semantics yet and approve a PR in error, which had a security issue. Or it could be the seasoned reviewer who's so fatigued by their 10th review that they miss a security issue that they otherwise would not have. So we've observed some of the pain points. Let's touch on the good and bad of the status quo. So again, this is where we were a few months ago. We had a secure, easy to understand, and easy to implement workflow. However, this led to the on-call becoming a full-time PR reviewer for the week of their shift, and due to the review fatigue and interruptions, the on-call's engineering productivity was significantly lower. It's hard to focus on engineering work when you have Slack pings for review requests every couple of minutes. And this fatigue, again, may lead to approving a PR and error. So the next question comes, can we do better? Can we go from this slow and secure process to fast and secure? And yes, we can. That's where automation or automated static resource analysis comes into play. The first step in this is picking a static analysis tool, and there are a lot of options in the open source community. In the next few slides, I'll touch on our requirements specifically and which tool we select. So here's some of our requirements. The tool needs to be easy to integrate at an early stage of the infrastructure as code pipeline, and the tool needs to provide an excellent user experience, clearly reporting the errors back to the user in an easy to understand way. Given this and a few more requirements, we went with Regular. Now, why is Regular a good fit for Yelp? Well, it offers plant file scanning capabilities. It has built-in community checks that cover a lot of problematic security issues, which is a huge time saver for us since we don't have to write these checks ourselves. Rules are easy to write and test. Good test coverage is very important to us. And there's the ability to suppress resource at a very, very granular level. Because of the way our Terraform modules are set up, this was a feature that we definitely needed, and it was a hard requirement. Now let's talk about what the goal here is, right? The goal with integrating Regular is to emulate a human review programmatically. And let's touch on the state of our infra a little bit prior to integration. In our infra, we use Atlantis, which is a Terraform PR automation tool. This runs on an EC2 instance inside of a Docker container, and it listens for GitHub events. On certain GitHub events, such as an explicit GitHub comment or a new commit, Atlantis will plan. And on certain GitHub events, such as an explicit GitHub comment as well, Atlantis will apply. A plan is basically like a dry run, so like a Terraform plan where it shows you what changes will take place, and apply will actually apply those changes. Atlantis also offers custom workflows in which we can specify certain other actions to be taken during the plan or apply stage. So for example, we can say, do the Terraform plan, but also run a Python script at the same time. In the next few slides, I'll elaborate on the goal a little, and then we'll touch on status checks, displaying the output to the user, handling false positives, and preventing merging of critical security vulnerabilities. So again, to hone in on the goal, the output for Regula looks like this. And our goal is to take this output, display it to the user, right, in a way that's easy to understand. If we can do that, we've effectively programmatically emulated a human review. This is an example of what a human reviewer would do. So let's break it down even further. What we're trying to do is we want to specify whether the PR should be approved or not, point out clearly what can be approved in the PR, consider the rare cases where broad actions may be needed, like when a user wants to create an administrator policy, and request changes on PR with critical security vulnerabilities. This is what we've been able to do programmatically. So the first step we're going to talk about is the status checks. This is the human equivalent of approving or requesting changes on a PR. So in the custom workflow, we use a Python script to run Regula on the Terraform plan file. Regula will then return a JSON output, which contains a bunch of information, but notably it contains a number of successful checks and the number of failed checks. We can then use this to infer whether the scan resulted in a success or a failure. So if there was more than 0 failures, then we're going to report back a failing status check. And posting a status check is very easy using PyGitHub. Now, PyGitHub does require a few arguments, and we're able to get these arguments from Atlantis because Atlantis has a bunch of environment variables right out of the box that we can use. Some of the environment variables that we make use of are the SHA and the pull request number. Now, here's an example of what the status checks look like. So, the first one is, of course, a passing status check, and the second one shows a failing status check. And this will make it very clear for the developer whether the PR is looking good or whether it requires some changes. The next one I'd like to touch on is formatting output. This is the human equivalent of posting an easy to understand comment on the PR for the developer. The main information we need for this is a failing rule ID, a description of the rule, the resource that it's failing for, the severity of the failure, and a remediation doc. We want to take all this information and then format it into a nice comment, and we can again post it with PyGitHub. We can get all this information very easily from the regular JSON output. And here's an example of what the comments look like in our workflow. So this clearly points out the failing rule, which resource it's failing for, and it points to documentation which the user can reference to figure out how to fix the issue. Next, I'd like to touch on custom rules. This is the human equivalent of applying Yelp knowledge to the review. So custom rules are rules we create for Yelp use cases. Now, I mentioned before, Regula comes with some rules out of the box. Those are great and very useful, and they are generic in the sense that they'll point out common security vulnerabilities. So for example, S3 buckets shouldn't be public, or star-on-star actions should not be allowed. But we need to be able to go further than that because, for example, we have custom policies in our AWS environment, which are overprivileged, which we don't want to use in most scenarios. So if a developer attaches that, we want to point that out and say, hey, this policy should not be attached. And that's what we're able to do with custom rules. We host these rules in an internal repository, and we clone the internal repository inside of the Atlantis Docker container. Now, that's well and good, but how can we reference these rules when we run Regula? Well, we use the Atlantis pre-workflow hooks to clone the repository in the container. From there, we can use Regula config files. A config file basically allows us to specify all of our CLI flags in one file, so we don't have to have one long command. And we always clone the repository in the exact same path inside the Docker container. Now, we can put that path inside of the config file, reference the config file in our Python code, and now our custom rules are referenced. Next, let's touch on waivers. Waivers are the human equivalent of taking calculated security risks. So sometimes failing infrastructure as code changes are valid and required. An example of this is when an admin policy is created, or again, a public S3 bucket policy is created. Waivers are going to allow for the suppression of a rule for a resource, and Regula handles waivers with a rego file. Now, a slight issue here is A lot of developers are not familiar with Rego, so we wanted to make this process easy and intuitive for developers of adding new waivers. We did this by creating a YAML abstraction, so developers only deal with a YAML file, and then we have a hook that converts that YAML file into Rego. So here's an example of this. This is the YAML file that the developer would deal with. So for example, if a developer wants to suppress this rule ID FG_R00027 for their resource, they would simply add their resource onto the list, and then the hook will run and it will convert it to a Rego file, which will look something like this. Now there's another benefit of waivers that I'd like to point out. We now have documentation of each calculated security risk that we've taken. Initially, we created 311 waivers in our infrastructure, and we're very excited to get to work on fixing these. All jokes aside, it's much better to have this documentation than not. Again, now we know all the security risks that we've taken, and we can reference these, say, in some sort of periodic time period, like 3 months or 6 months, go back to the waivers and look at that risk and see if we still need it. If not, we're going to stop taking that security risk. This is something we didn't used to do before. If we took some temporary security risk, it wasn't documented, so it was on the developer or the security engineer to follow up on that. And sometimes they would forget, which meant that we had this security risk in our infrastructure for a long, long time. This is no longer the case. The next part I'd like to touch on is preventing critical security vulnerabilities. This is the human equivalent of doing a double take on a PR to likely request changes or get more context on it before we issue an approval. So we block PRs with critical issues from being merged without security approval. There's a very small subset of rules which we mark as critical severity rules. PRs with these issues cannot be merged, and we block developers from shipping these by returning a non-zero exit code from the Python script. That non-zero exit code will lead to an unsuccessful Atlantis plan, and Atlantis plan is a prerequisite for an Atlantis apply. Since the developer will not be able to plan, they will not be able to apply. Once they get security approval, we can create a waiver for it, and then the plan will go through successfully, and they will be able to apply. Here's an example of this. If a developer wants to create a star-on-star policy, the Atlantis plan step will fail. Notably, that's the third status, or rather the second status check over here. And in other words, you shall not pass without security review. So let's talk about the life of the on-call post this integration. Now, developers can get a security review on their PR as soon as they create it. InfoSec is confident that critical security issues that we care about are not making their way into production, and the InfoSec on-call has a reduced workload in terms of PR reviews, reducing review fatigue. Let's see this visually in the next slide to really emphasize where we've removed the bottleneck. So in the updated workflow, notably, in the case of no errors, the developer has the freedom to go ahead and merge and move forward with their workflow. So a lot of progress has been made, but some work remains. While we've been able to reduce review fatigue, we have not been able to remove the bottleneck completely. Ideally, we only want the on-call to review PRs with serious security issues, and this is what we strive for next. Another point to note is that rules may not be comprehensive enough to catch all nuanced bad practices, especially as AWS services and features are updated. This is a trade-off that we're willing to make for the increased productivity. The benefits up until this point are increasing developer velocity and reducing security reviews bottleneck. The end goal is to take this one step further. Can we maximize developer velocity while maintaining security? This would involve removing security reviewers from the critical path completely. We think we can accomplish this, though this will require more developer education on factors like least privilege and increased custom rule coverage. Here are some references for some things I have used in these slides, and I will take any questions.
Excellent job there, Mohammed, and thank you so much for presenting all of that. The first thing I wanted to, we'll take questions for folks, drop them in the chat. We're monitoring that actively right now. So if you have any questions for Mohammed based on this topic, let us know. Be happy to get them asked on stream here. But Mohammed, the first thing I have to ask you is, where do I go to leave a Yelp review for your talk.
Thank you. That, I mean, you saying that alone is enough. I know some, my manager and a few other people are watching right now, so that alone means a lot. I really appreciate that.
No, it's fantastic. I give it 5 stars. 5 stars.
Thank you.
It's very Yelpy of you, Brian.
Very what? Yelpy of me? Yeah.
Yes.
I like that you had something in there. I forget what I vaguely remember, called Yelpy, right? What was that about again, Mohammed?
Yeah, the custom rules.
The custom rules, yeah. That was a great name as well.
Very Yelpy.
Very
Yelpy. I paraphrased what you said in your introduction, Mohammed. You said, I like kickboxing, content creation, and reading. And I said, and I'm all done creating content and reading.
I should have said that, right?
Nice. So my question for you, Mohammed.
Though. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. My question for you, Mohammed, is how have you seen your development teams respond to these changes in the updates to their potential workflows? Have they responded positively to these changes? What's been your experience with all that?
Yeah, so far the experience has been very positive. I think initially it's been a new workflow to follow, so there are complexities with that. For example, with the waivers, we realized that when we would ask developers to add waivers with the Rego file, it was quite complex just because they were not familiar. So then we had to add these abstractions. So there's definitely been some road bumps like that where this initial ramp up of the system has required a little bit more effort from the engineer's perspective. But at this point, we're getting very positive feedback. And I think the majority, if not all the engineers, are very excited to when we work on removing the bottleneck completely, because it significantly increases their efficiency.
Nice. Yeah, because that's definitely one of the challenges with this. You can, as a security team, put all these things in place, but getting developers to actually adopt it into their workflow could, make that for nothing, right? But that's good to hear that they're responding positively in that way.
Exactly. It's one of those rare win-wins, right? Because I think they were tired of waiting forever for reviews as well. So this is one we're excited about, and engineering is very excited about as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I have some more questions, but I don't want to take up all the time. So Eric, Micah, anything from you, either of you?
I'll throw one out. I was curious, when you have a PR that gets blocked, say it's a critical or something happens, what's the usual time to resolve on that? Do you ever have ones that sit around for long enough to where it becomes irrelevant because the master branch or whatever has moved forward or anything like that?
Not at the moment. So far what has happened with the block is, as soon as a developer hits a block, they'll reach out to us in the security channel and they get a response usually within the hour. And then we look at the PR, review it. The latest we're talking is maybe 3 to 4 hours, because sometimes the on-point is handling some critical, security issues. But usually it's a really quick turnaround time.
Great. That sounds good.
Yeah, that's faster than I was expecting. So that's awesome to hear. Mike, anything from your end?
No, all good for now.
Nice. Mohammed, one last question for you. In terms of those waivers, and maybe I misunderstood this part, but is it possible for developers to just waive like all the restrictions on their end, or your team, the infrastructure security team, has full control over what can and cannot be waived?
Yeah, so what we've employed so far is we do have security team as reviewers on the waivers. I think the direction that we're heading on is, even with waivers, we generally want to give developers more flexibility. So if it's a waiver of medium or less severity, we're going to try to, not have us as reviewers and let developers push that through. And then in the case of critical issues, we'll still be reviewers. At this point, though, we review all waivers.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any more. We have one in the chat from Mohammed as well. Assume you can use custom rule to require resource or tag-based authorization for specific AWS actions. Is that correct?
Wait, what was the question one more time?
You can use custom rules to require resource or tag-based authorization for specific AWS actions. And he expanded upon that, meaning the policy should specify a resource or a tag in the condition.
Yeah, that's 100%. So if I've understood the question correctly, that is 100% right. So the custom rule would need to specify that. So in the case of, say, and again, I'm not sure if I've understood the question right, so let me know if I get off track. But in the case of, say, we're talking about a policy that's only specific to Yelp, a custom policy, the custom rule would need to specify that. So it's right. And that's also one reason why custom rules can't really be shared generically, because while it's very useful to us, to someone else using that rule, it wouldn't be very useful.
Gotcha. Okay. Great. Thank you for filling that one as well. And thank you for the question, Mohammed, in chat. All right, Mohammed, thank you so much for being here and presenting this talk. We appreciate having you and have a good rest of your day.
Cool. Thank you for having me. Have a good day. Bye.
Yeah. All right, Eric and Micah, that brings us to a break.
A break.
Oh, I thought you were your song and dance time.
Oh, yeah. How's that? Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay, yeah. We're gonna. Can we like block the blocky, lumpy head of me? Okay.
Strike that
Eric.
from that.
Yeah,
Okay, no more
please.
lumpy head.
Yeah, please. Oh, now full screen. Who's doing that? Was that you, Eric? Great.
Not me.
That was me.
It's got a mind of its own.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to pause here for a few minutes, folks. During this break, we have a break for about 15 minutes or so. So feel free to get up, move around, stretch, grab some water, some food, whatever it may be, wherever you are. That way you don't feel like you're missing anything, and be back within about 15 minutes. We're going to roll a video to just kind of give you some space and time. But then once the video closes, about 5 minutes from now, we'll do a little bit more housekeeping things. We'll reflect on the past talks a little bit and help prepare you to let you know of the talks about to come in the rest of DevSecCon Lightning, the Americas region. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Roll it, Jim. You know you're going to be on for this part, were you, Eric? I don't know how to make the music stop. Oh, it's stand stop. Okay, I got it. All right, welcome back, everybody. We were taking a quick break there for a moment to give you a chance to grab some water, food, whatever you need. Stretch your legs. I stretched a little bit too. Did you stretch, Eric? Micah? Did you
I
stretch at all?
stretched all morning. I'm good.
You stretched all morning? I don't believe you. We're going to have to go through a stretch right now, okay? Everybody follow along at home, too. This is shout out to Allison Krug, a former colleague of mine that taught like a huge audience of people this on a big stage one time. And that's where I learned it. All right, here we go. Are we ready? You can do it sitting down or standing up. Micah, you don't look like you're prepared for this. You better.
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm ready.
good. All right, we're going to put our arms
Okay.
out parallel to the floor. Okay. Kind of. There
I
we
have
go.
trouble with directions.
Okay, very good. That's
Okay.
not parallel to the floor. There you go, buddy. Okay, now we're gonna do thumbs up. Make sure your fingers are clasped into your palm with your thumb up. You're gonna pull your arms back a little bit, feel a little tension in your chest there. Okay. Now this is the part to like take it slow. Don't go too fast. All right. You might get hurt because I've done it. All right. You're gonna rotate your thumbs down. You feel that? Everybody at home, do you feel that too? That feels. Now rotate back up. And then down again.
I'm never not going to do this again.
Yeah, it feels good. And then just shake it out. Shake it out. Okay, good. All right. One other one that she taught us was you put your hands back to back and you're going to push towards each hand. Kind of like what you would do like this, maybe, like that one exercise.
You actually can't do that.
Yeah, it's for carpal tunnel. It's like to help out with that, stretch out right here.
I screwed up my wrist a while ago and I can't do that one very well.
All right. Now I know how to take you down in a fight.
That's right.
Because that'll be necessary.
it won't be necessary ever. I'm just saying. All right. We have some housekeeping things to keep up with. Eric, Micah, what do we got? What do we got going on? What should we remind folks of? I keep putting.
Well, let's see.
Put me on the spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
you gotta be on your toes with me. Not your wrist though.
Stretches.
No.
All right. Any highlights from the past session so far for either of you? Anything that really stood out?
I will say my mind was kind of blown with the signing one, or the software supply chain. To see a signed, properly signed crypto image be accidentally you're signing the poisoned image. That was kind of mind blowing. You always think of like I do a lot of crypto checking with signatures and things like JWTs and it's like once the signature checks out, I'm all good, right? Well, not necessarily. So I appreciated the digest and sign business.
Yep.
Yeah, that was quite eye-opening for me. And being a visual learner, it was helpful to see those diagrams kind of point out where that point of attack could come into play in the whole workflow. So, yeah.
I was pretty impressed with Mohammed's presentation about, all this automated code review for IAC. It's not too long ago that most infrastructure level teams didn't even know what IAC was. And the idea of, putting it into code and even in version control was something I used to have to train people on a lot. So I'm really happy to see companies automating that and getting that more mature.
Yeah, for sure. So some other housekeeping things. So that's great to reflect on that. We have more sessions to come, folks. So don't worry about that. We have about 4 more sessions and then we'll start closing things out. So glad you're still with us. Glad you're sticking around and get excited for the upcoming sessions. We're not there quite yet. Some housekeeping things to remind you of is one, this DevSecCon Lightning is brought to you by DevSecCon. And we're proud to announce that DevSecCon has chapters in 18 locations covering 6 continents. With more, Antarctica is not really, probably.
We need to work on that.
Represented.
Yeah, we need to make sure that happens. So no.
If you're a scientist down in Antarctica and you want to talk, reach out.
Yeah. We have more coming soon. Maybe Antarctica. So if you're keen to get involved or launch your own chapter, check out all the details on DevSecCon.com. That's a great place to find out more and get involved with the community and be part of these types of events. We'd love to have you. In addition to that, DevSecCon has or DevSecOps in general, we have a DevSecOps community through DevSecCon in Discord. So if you're interested in joining up on that, connecting with other people in the industry, learning, leveling up your skills in this space, be sure to check out the Discord link that's on there. So if you go to DevSecCon.com, and then there's a link in there that says join the community, that will give you the invite link to join Discord. If you're not familiar with Discord, don't worry. Folks are in there to help you out, get you acquainted with things. It could be a little bit overwhelming at first. Making sure to call that out because it's something that I've run into in the past myself, but we're here to help and we'll get you, sorted out. Feel free to ping us on there. All of us are here. You'll see in there as well. So there you go. There's the link. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, Eric, Micah, anything else? What else?
I think that's a good clip of housekeeping.
Yeah.
You think so? Are you sure? I feel like we might be missing something.
Make sure you're well hydrated.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody. Cheers. All right, we're about ready to get started for the next one. Micah, do you want to do the introduction?
Sure, I would love to, because not just because I know Mandy, but I do know Mandy. She's awesome. So Mandy Hubbard is passionate about software quality, good processes, and great documentation. She spent almost 20 years in QA leadership roles where she focused on ensuring the best experience for end users. And when she discovered CI/CD, she was immediately interested because she saw it as a way to expand software quality. So, she wanted to create processes that made it easier for developers to run tests while also preventing developers from merging their code until tests were successful. So we didn't like Mandy, us developers. We didn't like Mandy for a while, but now we do. Now we do. We love Mandy now, but we didn't at first, but now we do. But there was a time when developers were not too keen on, test suites running. If you're old like me, you remember those times. So I'm really excited to hear Mandy's session, and let's bring her in to say hi.
Hey, Mandy, welcome.
Hello, Mandy.
Hey.
First request is that you unmute yourself. It's
super,
just a requirement.
Super valid request. Thanks. It's so good to see everyone. I feel like I'm amongst friends today.
You are, for sure. Very cool. So what are you talking about today? I have it right in front of me, but I'd love to hear you just do a little intro for your talk before we share your screen up there.
Can you see my screen?
No, not yet, but we will. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Just chatting a little bit.
Yeah. Today, I'm going to talk to you about zero trust security and the zero trust security model, specifically how to utilize it to secure your Kubernetes cluster. How's that sound?
Oh, neat.
That sounds great.
That sounds awesome.
Good.
All right, well,
good.
why don't we we'll take a step back and we'll add your screen there and take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining me today to talk about zero trust security. Micah did a great job introducing me, but for anyone just joining, I'm Mandy Hubbard. I live here in Austin, Texas. I've lived here since moving from Tupelo, Mississippi, right after high school to go to UT. It's a super great place to live. I have spent most of my career in QA roles. I really was focused on creating good experiences for end users. At that time, those were customers of our software. I pivoted into developer advocacy, kind of taking that same passion for giving end users the same experience, but now my end users are developers, and I work to help utilize their feedback to create great products to facilitate good software development. Like Micah said, I am pretty much a CI/CD nerd. I didn't know it existed back in my early QA days, and once I found it, I was immediately in love. It was love at first sight. Because without a solid CI/CD pipeline, quality code doesn't really matter because we can't ensure that the right bits get to the end user. So I'm really interested in CI/CD. I'm currently a senior software developer. I'm currently a senior developer advocate for Architect.io. Architect is a dependency-aware deployment platform for deploying your applications to Kubernetes. So we handle the dependencies, and we can deploy to your external Kubernetes clusters, or you can deploy to a free preview environment in the Architect Community Cloud, which is really cool for being able to get early feedback and do iterative development and so on. So If you get a chance, I'd love it if you headed over to architect.io and signed up for a free account. Check it out and let me know what you think. So yeah, I like developing software. I like quality. I like processes, but I do have some more human interest. I really like cats, especially my cat Theo, who will make a visit later if you're paying attention. I also really like crystals and astrology and Kundalini yoga and a bunch of kind of woo-woo stuff that I think rounds out my technical edges pretty nicely. But today we're going to talk about Zero Trust Security. We'll talk about the Zero Trust Security model, which will lead us into talking about the Kubernetes security model so you can understand how the network works by default. We'll pivot into a brief introduction of Kubernetes services so you can understand how to use them to facilitate Zero Trust security. That will lead us into Kubernetes network policies, which is the highlight of this talk, is understanding how to use those to secure your network. And then we'll walk through a really simple example so you can get an idea of the types of policies that you would want to implement in your own cluster. So let's start with the Zero Trust security model. Because a Zero Trust network is simply a network that operates according to the Zero Trust security model. Now, the Zero Trust security model has been around for a long time. I think I initially saw 2005, but when I continued doing some digging, it's actually was first established in the early 90s, if you can believe that. But it's really a hot topic in software development these days. In fact, in January of this year, the White House actually issued a memorandum specifying its own Zero Trust security architecture for any federal applications. And it stated that it's going to begin requiring agencies to meet certain cybersecurity standards by the end of fiscal year 2024. So Zero Trust security is really at its peak. But what is Zero Trust security? It is, thank you. It's a philosophy, a model, an ideal, and a goal. It's not a prescriptive set of actions, but it's more of a North Star to aim for in setting up your security policies. It can be implemented in various ways using various tools, but at its heart, it is a trust no one approach to security. And one of the main tenets of the Zero Trust model is that there is no safe network security, no safe network perimeter. You know, back in the day when we talked about networks, we used the old castle and moat analogy where your moat is your VPN, and if you could get across the moat, then you had the keys to the castle. And as long as the drawbridge was raised, you were safe because you had your moat or your VPN. Well, with Zero Trust security, there really is no network perimeter that is safe. If you think about it, with cloud computing, you may have resources in different cloud environments hosted by different vendors. Some of your resources may still be on-prem, and they all need to communicate in a safe way. So you really have a lot less control over your network perimeter than you did back with, you know, the security models that we were used to before cloud came into the picture. And but we're going to stick with the castle and moat analogy to explain Zero Trust security a little bit further. With Zero Trust security, imagine that you do manage to get across the moat, whatever security mechanisms are in place. All you'll find is a locked castle with a huge iron door that you can't penetrate. And if you were to penetrate it, you would simply find a bunch of other locked doors. And the best stuff would be kept behind doors that you didn't even know about, you know, a bunch of secret doors. Because a big tenet of Zero Trust security is unlisted IP addresses and undiscoverable services, i.e. these doors you don't know about. The less we advertise our resources, the less likely an attacker is to find a way into the network. You know, in the same note, like you don't want to advertise your resources that hold your private data. If an attacker doesn't know it exists, then they can't really go after it. So that's why we lock things down, and only services that need to know about other services have that information. It's not just publicly available. Another important concept with Zero Trust networking is that resources that need to communicate with each other will need to reconnect and re-verify frequently. So it's not enough just to create an initial connection and then run indefinitely. There will be periodic reconnect and re-verify efforts so that if someone does infiltrate a particular resource, they don't automatically get access to every other resource that it has access to, because there will be a reconnect and re-verify process that an attacker won't be able to get through. So Zero Trust security really focuses on the principle of least privilege, which just simply means that your resources should have the absolute bare bones minimum privilege and permissions necessary to do their jobs. There was a time when we gave resources access to all other resources just in case they needed it. It really made development easy because, you know, if you needed to consume resources, they were available to you to work with, and you didn't have to set up a bunch of security protocols during your development process. But once you get to production, each of your resources needs to be locked down, and you need to take a real intentional approach to which permissions that you give those resources. Again, so that if an attacker does gain access, they don't have the ability to move laterally through your network and compromise all of your resources. And then finally, a really big tenet of zero trust security is that you should transmit your security telemetry data to a logging system so that you have it available in the event of a breach. It's, first of all, going to be a way you can identify that a breach occurred. And then it will also allow you to quickly find the root cause of the breach, find that vulnerability, and shut it down quickly. Without this telemetry data, you may not know that a breach has occurred until, you know, there's a much larger consequence from the attacker down the line. So it's really important that you log your security telemetry and use that telemetry regularly to ensure that your network is secure, that there aren't unknown attackers. Right, so that's the zero trust security model that we use when we implement a zero trust security network. So now let's step into a quick talk about the Kubernetes network model. Once you understand how networking is set up in Kubernetes by default, you can understand why it's so important to be intentional about your network security. First and foremost, all containers in a Kubernetes cluster can communicate with each other, even across nodes. As you know, your cluster is going to consist of various nodes, and on those nodes, you have pods, which then run your containers. And without an explicit network policy on your Kubernetes cluster, all of those pods are going to be able to speak with one another. All the containers are going to be able to speak with one another, and they're going to be accessible by the outside world. So all connections to and from your pods are wide open to all traffic, which is definitely not a secure way to run an application. Additionally, the way that you would communicate with those pods and containers and the way that they can communicate with one another is with an external IP address. But since pods by their very nature are volatile, that's not a stable way to access resources in your application stack. So that leads us into a quick chat about Kubernetes services. So a Kubernetes service is an abstraction that represents a logical set of pods, whereas the external IP address is tied to a particular instance of a pod at runtime that's going to change. A service is kind of like a pointer to whatever pod or pods happen to be running at runtime. And this is going to act as a single entity to the outside world. And what's also cool about using services is that it acts as a single entity to your developers. So developers typically aren't as enmeshed in network protocols and understanding low-level networking concepts just by interest. But when you use a Kubernetes service, you can really distill your application components and the way that they run in your Kubernetes cluster down to a set of boxes that really look very similar to your architecture diagram. And then developers can look at the set of services and very easily know what sort of communication to set up between those, because that's the way they architected the application. So with a Kubernetes service, you've got a reliable point of entry for the outside world and also between services running in your cluster. And then they're going to live until they're explicitly destroyed. So even if your pods aren't running, you're still going to have the notion of a service until you explicitly destroy that service. And so that'll stay alive, and you can bring in pods as you wish, but that service is going to be a constant. Okay, so we've talked about the Zero Trust security model and a little bit about the Kubernetes network that's set up by default when you have a cluster, a new cluster. And then we touched a little bit on Kubernetes services, what the benefits are and why you would want to use them. So now let's jump into Kubernetes network policies. So Kubernetes network policies are how we're actually going to specify the connectivity between the different services specified in your application stack. You're going to use Kubernetes network policies to specify your ingress and egress rules between your services and the outside world, and between the individual services that comprise your application stack. As I'm sure you're familiar with, ingress refers to traffic coming into a pod, and egress is the traffic going outbound from the pod. Now, you can certainly configure your egress rules very granularly as well. It's not as necessary unless you're running a very tight application like financial systems or something with very sensitive data. For the purpose of this conversation, we're going to focus on ingress, but know that you do also use Kubernetes network policies to configure your egress rules, and also that they must be configured separately for each service. So in other words, it's not a bidirectional communication. You have to specify what traffic is allowed into a particular service, as well as what traffic is allowed out from a particular service. And there are multiple ways to specify which traffic is allowed to and from. Here are a couple here on the slide. You can use namespaces, IP blocks, you can use labels, you can even lock it down by protocol and port, so that even if the traffic is coming from a trusted resource, if it's coming on the wrong port or it's the wrong protocol, it's not something that your service is expecting, there's no reason to receive that traffic, and it would deny access to that traffic. So you get really granular control over what traffic is allowed in and out of the pods in your Kubernetes cluster. Now, the cool thing is that the way you set up Kubernetes network policies is by specifying them in a YAML file. Again, this makes networking and network security so much more accessible to developers, because developers know YAML. That's a familiar language. As long as you take a look at the spec and see what's required, and a developer can very easily put together a Kubernetes network policy manifest using YAML, versus having to understand low-level networking protocols and stuff like that. So once you have created this YAML file, you'll apply it to your Kubernetes cluster using the Kubernetes API. So you may think, I've configured my ingress and egress rules, I've locked it down by protocol and port, and I'm really satisfied with it. I'm ready to go. I've applied it to my Kubernetes cluster. But you might be surprised to learn that if you apply it to your Kubernetes cluster, it's not going to do anything at all until you enforce it using a network policy plugin. So a network policy plugin is responsible for actually enforcing those rules that you applied to your Kubernetes cluster via your manifest file. And typically, network policy plugins conform to the Container Network Interface, or CNI spec. And what this allows is, well, first of all, CNI provides a bunch of libraries that facilitate development of the plugins. So that makes it able to be very feature rich. But also, CNI really aims to make container networking pluggable. If you use a plugin that conforms to the CNI spec, it's going to work not only in your Kubernetes cluster, but if you were to move to, say, Amazon ECS or OpenShift or Cloud Foundry or some other container runtime environment, these plugins are going to support most well-known container runtime environments as well, which prevents you from being locked into a single runtime environment. So plugins are installed on your cluster. And you'll want to look at what plugins come installed by default. At Architect, we use to plugins called Calico and Cilium. And we found that for most of the public cloud providers, those are already available. But there's some cases where you may have some other default plugin installed that you're on your cluster that you'll need to actually uninstall before you can successfully install these. And of course, you'll want to reference the spec for the particular plugins to set up your YAML file to take advantage of their features. And you'll likely want to use more than one plugin because each plugin kind of has some specialty that it offers. And so you can use a combination of plugins to get a really rich feature set for configuring network policies. Okay, so now we've talked about Kubernetes network policies. Hopefully you have an idea of how to specify them and have an understanding of the types of network policies you could use to enforce those. I'm sorry, the network plugins you could use to enforce those policies. Let's just take a look at a simple Kubernetes network policy manifest. This manifest is used to deny all ingress traffic to all pods. It's simple YAML, probably looks familiar to all of you. And then this one is a little bit more involved. This one breaks it down. First of all, it's got ingress and egress rules, and it specifies an IP block. It uses protocols and ports to give a real granular approach to network security. So that's what it looks like. That's the meat of a Kubernetes network policy right there in that file. So now that you have an idea of what's going on your network by default, what you need to do to secure it, you know about policies and plugins and a little bit about services to help facilitate this, you're probably wondering, but what policies do I specify? And that's a really good question. But like most questions in software development, the answer is it depends. It obviously is going to depend on your application stack, what sort of communication you need between resources, what sort of communication you're going to allow from the external environment. But for the sake of this conversation, let's take a really simple application stack. I'm sure we're all familiar with applications that consist of a front end, an API, and a database. And I want you to take a minute and look at this diagram and think of these as these are all individual Kubernetes services, obviously not the internet, that's our outside world. But front end API and database represent Kubernetes services for the components in our application stack. And this represents what connectivity looks like in a Kubernetes network cluster by default before you apply any policies. You've got complete bidirectional communication with external users and the individual services within your application stack, and you have full bidirectional communication between the individual services in your application stack. So the first policy you would want to apply is a deny all ingress policy, which we saw manifest for in an earlier slide. First thing you do is you just lock everything down tight, and then you begin opening up access as needed. And the next thing that we recommend is that you use an API gateway. An API gateway is going to serve as the entry point into your application stack. It will intercept traffic from the outside world, perform some authentication and authorization, which is out of scope for this conversation, but obviously a huge part of network security. And then it will decide where to send the traffic. So the first or the next rule you'll need to add to your network policies is a rule that allows ingress into your API gateway from the outside network or the internet. And then that gateway is going to send traffic into your application stack. That's obviously going to be your front-end application. And so there'll be an ingress rule that allows traffic to flow into your front-end application. Your front-end application will then need to send requests to your API, and the API will need to communicate with your database to get data from and send data to the backend database for storage. So this is a diagram of a really simple application stack and the network connectivity you would want to set up with Kubernetes network policies. So what you don't see is any communication with the individual services and the outside network, or any communication between, say, your front end and your database, or your database and your API gateway, because it's not necessary. So if someone were to infiltrate your API, they could only send traffic to your database. They couldn't send traffic to your front end, and vice versa. So this is an example of following that principle of least privilege, where we give the bare minimum access necessary to perform the job here. And this is something that's going to look really familiar to your developers, because when they plan their applications, it's a bunch of boxes and arrows. And when they plan their network security using Kubernetes network policies, it's a bunch of boxes and arrows. It's really accessible, and it allows you to start thinking about your network security very early on in the development lifecycle. All right, so that's it. We did it. We've briefly touched on the Zero Trust security model. We chatted about the network, the Kubernetes network model. We spoke about Kubernetes services, and then we talked about Kubernetes network policies. That's all you need to know to get started with Zero Trust networking. Obviously, that's absolutely untrue. Zero Trust networking has a lot of components, and we focus on this small subset of Kubernetes network policies. And what I hope is that this has piqued your interest and given you some really accessible information to go and start looking at implementing security using this model on your own. So as promised, Theo's here to thank you for hanging out with us today. We hope you learned something. And if you have any questions, I'll be around for a bit after the presentation. We've got chat, and then after this broadcast, I'm always available. Find me on Twitter, send me questions. If I've got answers, I'll send them your way. If not, I really love to learn with you and start exploring more about Zero Trust networking. All right, thanks everyone.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Mandy. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll push questions into the chat for folks to ask you there if you don't mind checking that out when you get a chance.
Not a problem. I'll do that.
All right. Have a good one. All right, next up, we have TJ Connolly, who's an engineer at Fireblocks. TJ is an engineer and consultant with over 10 years experience in the field of cybersecurity and software. He's going to be talking about DevSecOps for smart contracts. Without further ado, let's bring on TJ. Hey, TJ.
Off
to a great start already. Great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sorry about that. My internet dropped there for a second. I assume TJ said hi and everything. We'll let you go and run with it, and we're going to hop off stage.
Yeah, jump right into.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thanks. So for this talk today, I'm going to be talking about DevSecOps specifically for smart contracts. If you're not familiar with what smart contracts are, don't worry. By the end of this talk, you will. And you'll start to understand and take into consideration some of the unique security concerns that you have to be aware of when developing smart contracts versus traditional, software. And so what are we going to cover today? First off, we're just going to help define what is a smart contract. What is the typical DevOps lifecycle of a smart contract? Once we've identified what is the DevOps lifecycle, then we're able to construct a secure implementation of that DevOps lifecycle, or DevSecOps. There's a lot of lessons, again, that we can learn from traditional DevSecOps and a lot of traditional tooling and processes that we can leverage. But there are some very unique things that you need to take into consideration when doing these on smart contracts and blockchains. And then lastly, I'll present a high-level framework on, if you are looking to implement a smart contract development program, how you can do so securely, and some of the best and most widely used tools out there to do that. So first off, let's define what is a smart contract. Smart contract is a self-executing digital agreement. Effectively, it enables two parties to exchange anything in a transparent and conflict-free way while avoiding the need for a specific trusted party. So take, for example, you deposit money into your bank, right? You're trusting that your bank actually has that money, right? And when you go and you read your bank balance there on their website, you're trusting that your physical cash is actually backed up there, or it's at least redeemable in some form or fashion. Smart contracts effectively eliminate the need for that trust in a counterparty. The trust, however, gets transitioned from the bank or this centralized entity to a decentralized blockchain. So that blockchain could be Ethereum, it could be Bitcoin, it could be, there's a number of smart contract platforms out there, but effectively that's really what the trust assumption is that you're making there. You're taking the trust away from the centralized entity and putting it into the decentralized blockchain. And so what is a smart contract? It's effectively just a software program that, is, Turing complete. It has collection of code, which are functions and data. So the state of that application, and they sit on that distributed ledger that is a blockchain. So you can contrast this to, the traditional client server or SaaS model, where, code and data is, typically, executed behind the scenes on a server somewhere, and you as the end user, you just see the browser or the mobile experience. With smart contracts, all of the business logic, so all of the things that typically might have been done on the back end are now done in a publicly verifiable and transparent manner. So if you interact with that smart contract, everyone can see what that smart contract does and verify that it executes according to, what we trust it does. So, there's a lot of positive attributes for smart contracts. Number one, they're permissionless by default. So that means that, anyone can go and deploy a smart contract on some of these open blockchain networks. They're also composable. So this is, huge in terms of interoperability. You can have a smart contract that calls another smart contract that calls another smart contract. And it really opens up the use cases for interoperability between, different applications. So instead of application needing to have its own proprietary API and, other tools to have to integrate with that proprietary API, smart contracts all speak the same language. They all speak the same API. There's just unique kind of business logic things within the smart contract itself that you need to interact with. And then, the big one is really just, it's much more trustworthy. So the interactions with that smart contract, they're transparent, they're traceable, meaning that, there's a ledger of truth, and it's, without breaking the security of the network, it's really traceable, right? So it's an audit trail that's built in, and who has interacted with that smart contract when and what did they do? And these are all very, very, positive attributes for certain use cases. That being said, with anything, there's always a trade-off. So, this could be considered a positive trade-off or a negative one, but, they're immutable by default. What does that mean? When you deploy a smart contract to a blockchain, by default, it can't be upgraded or updated, right? It's basically just you submit it, you send it to a block on the blockchain. It's now forever written to that block in the distributed ledger. And if you wanted to ever update that smart contract code, by default, you're not able to do that. There's workarounds for that, which we'll cover, but just, important thing to keep in mind here. The other, kind of risk here is that once you start talking about applications like DeFi, decentralized finance, and transferring of value and economic value, there is the potential for much more higher impact economic type security vulnerabilities. So in traditional software, when you're ingesting data, the worst case scenarios typically are I don't want to have remote code execution, or I don't want to let a hacker bypass authentication and authorization. Those concerns are still present with smart contracts, and even accelerated, so I would say. But on top of those, you also have this added cost of, hey, this is a public smart contract. Anyone can interact with it. If there are vulnerabilities in it, business logic vulnerabilities, then they could be much more higher impact, right? So if it's a lending smart contract that lends out, crypto when you post collateral, if that gets hacked, that entire lending market could be at risk. So these are very unique security concerns specific to smart contracts. And then the last two ones I just want to highlight there, performance at the blockchain is still a slower database. It's a slower centralized database, so it's not going to be valuable for every single use case out there. And again, the trust here that you're assuming is that the blockchain that this smart contract is settling on and living on is secure and decentralized and can be looked to as a source of truth. So how do smart contracts work? So a contract is deployed and managed by a human, a developer. You type your code, and then you deploy it to the blockchain. Once that smart contract is deployed on the blockchain, it exists there at a specific address, And then anyone else on that blockchain, as long as they're permissioned to do so, can then go ahead and view that smart contract and also interact with it. So what can they do with interaction? They can transfer funds directly to it. The smart contract can send funds out from the smart contract back to the users. And also the users can go and invoke specific functions or methods within that smart contract. So for the lending example, the high level contract is it's a lending smart contract. One of the methods and functions there might be deposit, right? So you go and you deposit your collateral. Another one might be take out a loan. And so you go and invoke that. So they're all, delineated just like regular software would be with methods and functions. And so the important thing to understand here with blockchain, why this is so unique versus regular software, is that the ability for you as the developer to deploy that smart contract and then from there manage or interact with it as an end user, that is 100% dependent on the underlying authentication and authorization mechanisms of the blockchain itself. And so this is all done through public key cryptography and digital signatures. So this is what makes blockchains secure, makes them available to be decentralized, and enforces security without sacrificing some of those concerns. And so what you're going to find is that access control when it comes to smart contracts, it's really the biggest issue. It's critical to get that right and understand what are the threat vectors and how to design effective mitigations. So let's walk through what a typical smart contracts pipeline looks like. So, pretty similar to traditional software, you have your source code that you develop, mycontract.sol. I'm going to refer to a lot of things in this presentation in the Ethereum EVM kind of world. Ethereum is not the only blockchain out there that supports smart contracts. There's many others, but EVM is definitely the most widely adopted and has probably the most advanced developer tooling. So I think it's just a good frame to view this through. So you develop your source code, you then send it to the compiler. The compiler takes your source code, it generates the binary code from that. So you see that there, 0x21. And then you go and you actually have to deploy that code that you've now compiled to the blockchain. And you have to do that by writing it directly to the blockchain. So in order to write to the blockchain, you need an account on that blockchain. You need to actually write it, present that digital signature, and deploy it. What you should also do, and this isn't always required, but one of the big benefits of doing this on a public distributed ledger is that you can verify that the source code that gets deployed to the blockchain actually meets the source code that was compiled, right? So what this means is that if there was an attacker, a man in the middle that somehow, some way, was able to modify your code in between it being compiled and it being deployed to the blockchain, that the source code verification step would catch that and invalidate it, right? So, typical thing that you would do is you would, compile your code, deploy it, and then, verify that the code that was deployed at this address actually matches what you compiled. And then if it did, you're good to go. So once your application is deployed to the blockchain, it could be a mutable smart contract that doesn't change over time. There's no functions that really need to be updated, or it could be very kind of dynamic, and you need to be able to have the ability to do ongoing administration or other type of operations within that smart contract. So a typical one that you'll see is adding users or other addresses on the blockchain to an allow list or a deny list. So how are you able to do that? It's all determined by the underlying access control mechanisms of the blockchain. So this is very, very important. And what makes it even a little bit more confusing and challenging is that you have different layers of access control. You have who can talk to the smart contract and who has ownership of the smart contract and can do things from a high level with the smart contract. And then within the smart contract logic itself, the business logic, then you can also have additional access control layers depending on what you're trying to do. And then lastly, just want to talk about upgrades. Can you guys see my screen still? I think I might have.
Oh, we just lost it there, TJ.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think I clicked the wrong button. There we go. So upgrades, by default, like I said, smart contracts are immutable, but you do have the ability to, through different design patterns, specifically proxies, where you deploy a front end proxy contract that effectively points to another contract where your business logic is actually going to occur in. And the idea is that most of your updates and upgrades are going to be in the business logic side of things. So what you do is you just, with that proxy contract, you can point to a new business logic smart contract whenever you need to, deploy a new version. So let's talk about, the underlying authentication and authorization that's happening here. So, how is access control enforced by the blockchain and its public key cryptography? So, quick review of what that is. This is the combination of a public key and a private key that only Bob should know. At generation time, he generates this, typically within his crypto wallet. He provides a random seed. This might be a 12 to 24 word passphrase or, some random bytes. But ultimately with that, he gets, 2 pieces of cryptographic information, his public and private key deployed from that. And so what he does to transact on the blockchain is he'll go and, let's say he's trying to deploy, his code. What his wallet will do for him is it will produce a digital signature using both the public key, the private key, as well as the contents of the transaction. And what that does is that authorizes that transaction on the blockchain. So now the blockchain can say and knows that, yes, Bob has created the correct digital signature for this transaction. He provided, the correct public key that was also associated with it. And we can then go and verify that Bob is actually who he says he is because he has his private key. And we can go and execute this for him. So now Bob owns this contract that is now deployed on the blockchain. Now, let's say, for example, Bob wanted to transfer ownership of this smart contract to Alice. So Bob, within his wallet, again, he's going to execute another transaction. This transaction, though, is going to call a transfer ownership function. And he's going to transfer ownership of his contract, and he's going to send it to Alice, another user on the blockchain. And so again, his wallet's going to have to create a unique digital signature for this transaction that gets submitted. And then now the new world state of the blockchain is that instead of Bob owning the contract, now Alice owns it. And that's, the status quo moving forward. So what you're going to see here is really wallet security is absolutely critical. If you are storing your private keys in an insecure manner or using them operationally in an insecure manner, the entire security model kind of goes out the window. So it's extremely critical to get that right. So the other factor around that who is able to actually use those private keys. So thinking about developers, you're probably going to be using shared accounts here. So it's super important to have access control on who's able to do what. So, within your wallet, you should have the ability to say, all right, this developer is able to deploy or update our smart contracts in different scenarios. And in other scenarios, what do we do? Do we block it and say, hey, that, the developer, you shouldn't be doing that. That's anomalous. That could be a security risk. Do you have to go through multiple set of approvals or signatures for that? So this is where the concept of things like multi-sig come in. So instead of just saying one person, Bob, goes and approves this transaction, Bob now has to get his transaction also approved and also signed by M of N other individuals that he works with, really to provide checks and balances and also eliminate the single point of compromise of Bob's single private key. So this is going to protect really for anytime developer credentials are compromised or, there's a nefarious insider, one of the developers tries to push a malicious upgrade to steal funds. What if one of the developers, worst case scenario, is held at gunpoint? And really what your wallet infrastructure should have and your wallet capabilities here should have is the ability to have rules and controls that align to your business and effectively the known good baseline of what your typical DevOps operations look like. So your wallet should enforce that such that if there's something that's anomalous. Let's say, Alice tries to go and, provide an update or adds call a permission function within that smart contract. You should have logic and rules around that say, okay, this is anomalous. We're either going to go ahead and outright block that, or we're going to say that maybe in some possible scenario, Alice is doing this. We just need additional eyes on this and manual review and make sure that you go ahead and do that. And so all of this needs to be managed by your wallet, because this is inherently where the security guarantees come from. It all comes from the private keys and the digital signatures that handle the authentication authorization on the blockchain. So I'm going to leave you here with a sample CI/CD pipeline, end-to-end for smart contract delivery. You're going to see, similar concepts here to traditional software. So, in the code section here, you obviously have your IDEs, version control. On the build stage, you have your compilers. In your test phase, one of the best and most important preventions of security vulnerabilities in software is just good, hygiene, right? Unit testing, making sure that your application performs as expected and as intended. Some other, unique considerations, obviously static and dynamic analysis definitely apply here as well. On the dynamic analysis front, this is, fuzzing, formal verification. So companies like Certora there, formal verification, although it can be used in traditional software, it's because of the economic impact of security vulnerabilities in smart contracts, formal verification is much more important, much more critical to use when you're talking about, economic impact in smart contracts. Other tools that you're going to see here too, third-party audits. So, going out, getting a pen test or multiple pen tests and, publicly releasing those. And then also creating a bug bounty program, right? This is very natural to how this software gets deployed anyways. It's getting deployed in an open public system. Anyone can go and look at it. So you know for sure that the hackers are going to be looking at it as well. So you may as well provide them good incentives to come and report the vulnerabilities and get a reward versus going the black hat route. For the deployment here, go ahead.
Super sorry to interrupt, man. In an effort to try and stick closer to schedule, if there's a way people can get in touch with you to ask questions further on, it's definitely super interesting. I do want to hear more. But I apologize based on the schedule to kind of cut you off a little bit here.
No worries. Yeah,
you can reach me.
You can reach me on LinkedIn and on Twitter.
At TJ Connolly. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for presenting on this. Like I said, it's an interesting space and interesting to see how security plays a role in it as well, and what implications it's there. And I think you did a great job of at least introducing and bringing some insight into that for me. So thank you so much, TJ.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, TJ.
All right. Next up, we have, we're going to be talking about security incidents for DevOps, and presenting that is Tanya, who is the CEO and founder at We Hack Purple. But I'll allow Tanya to come on and introduce herself, because I know she mentioned she has some fun way of doing that. So take it away, Tanya.
Thank you, Brian. Are you able to see my slides? If you could just say yes. Then
yes, we're all set.
Awesome. Okay. So I want to talk about incident response today. And so I'm Tanya. I'm also known as She Hacks Purple. But basically, I'm pretty much obsessed with application security. When you do AppSec, you end up doing incident response. You don't mean to. You didn't volunteer for it, but it just happens. Something gets attacked, and it's a piece of software, and the incident response team's usually like, oh no, let's go get the AppSec nerds. And that is me. And so I want to talk about what you as a software developer or a DevOps person can do to make sure incident response is basically like a lot less bad. So incident response for devs, for DevOps folks too, incident response for everyone. Okay, so what the heck is incident response, Tanya? Okay, so technically it is an organized approach to addressing and managing the aftermath of a security breach or some sort of IT security incident. So your website goes down, there's a whole bunch of things that basically everything's gone wrong. You're really upset. Usually one of the CI A, so confidentiality, integrity, availability, or something else of one of your systems that you're in charge of is having a bad day. And so the goal is to handle the situation in a way where you limit damage, you reduce cost, you get back up and running as soon as possible. And ideally, it's not humiliating for your organization. So you might have seen situations where you thought it was an incident, but it was actually a security event. So a security event basically is when something weird has happened or is happening, and you're not quite sure if it's a security incident, but you're like, I gotta check this out. Well, a security incident is when you are certain that something is or has happened that is bad. So an example would be if you find your data for sale on the dark web. That is a security incident, and that has happened to me, and that was a really bad day. I want to give a very quick trigger warning. So one of the examples I'm going to give is a story where something bad happens to children. I'm not going to tell it in a graphic manner. I'm not going to embellish it at all. But the purpose of the story is to drive home why you need to do number 5 of the 5 things I'm going to list. So if you might get upset if you're a more sensitive individual, and I am a sensitive individual, so I get it, feel free to just come back for the next talk. I don't want to upset anyone. Okay, so your org needs your app secured. Devs are the first line of defense. You are way ahead of the AppSec people because there's somewhere between 100 and 500 of you for every one of me. And so without your buy-in, I cannot do this. And if something happens, sometimes I really, really need your help. And so I want to ask for 5 things. And I'm asking for every AppSec team, for all devs, this is what I would like. So security incidents. So I'm going to go over the 5 things. So basically 1, your role during an incident, what I need from you is if the security, tell us if you see something. Tell us if something's weird. I don't care if you give me 9 false alarms in a row. I'd rather have you call me and say, a whole bunch of USB keys just went missing and I'm kind of freaking out. I'd rather have you tell me this. I go and investigate. I find out nothing's actually wrong. That makes my day. I like it when nothing happened that's bad. It is much better than you feeling too afraid to tell me. So for instance, if your APIs keep falling down over and over and over again, you get a gigantic cloud bill you don't understand. Like things that seem weird, please tell us. We'll help. I'm not kidding. And I've never seen a security person get angry with someone who tried to report something that they thought was weird and asked for help. I've never seen that. We might get stressed out if there's 400 other things happening, but I'd much, much rather have a whole bunch of false alarms than miss a really important thing. Okay, so the next thing, please don't leave during a security incident if we've asked for your help. So sometimes a security incident is happening and it's your app. It's your app that's been attacked or is currently being attacked. And we'll tell you like, listen, we're investigating a security incident, something that's happening with your software that you're in charge of as far as we know. I need your help. And we'll ask you questions and we'll ask you to make some time for us. And we'll ask you like just to be involved and follow like these 5 things. And please don't leave. This might sound so ridiculous, but I was actively working on an app that was actively being attacked. So it had cross-site scripting, all sorts of attacks were like happening live. And I was talking to the dev and we were working on it. We were trying really hard to push out a fix as soon as possible. Like literally, I was freaking out. And then my boss's boss comes to me and is like, I need an update for the director general now. So I left. Yeah, the dev went and took a bus home. Didn't leave me a phone number. I was just like, screwed. And my boss was so angry with me. You didn't tell him not to leave. I'm like, I thought it would be really obvious, like malicious act. And I didn't even know how to turn the app off. And so that obviously was like a really, really bad day for me and my team. And so please don't leave the premises if we've tapped you to help without telling me. Like he could have just given me his phone number and that would have been fine. But this is the next one. So please treat it like the emergency that it is. Like it's nice that you have lunch plans, but this might be the end of the world for us. Like your other work stopped, your other deadline stopped. If your boss is hassling you, I will go talk to them and I will explain like our entire company needs this person for the next few hours. It's extraordinarily important. I'll give them the briefest minimum information that they need because of number 4, which is in the next slide. But we will cover for you. We need your help. You're the expert. If your app is being attacked, you probably know it way better than our team does. And so please treat it like the emergency it is and prioritize it. Follow need to know. You do not need to give every single detail to your boss, even if your boss is super curious and thinks it's cool. You can blame it on me. Totally blame it on me. Be like, Tanya's so mean. She said I'm not allowed telling you. She seems pretty scary. Don't run around and tell people. I kid you not. I was working at a place that will remain unnamed, and I had to go to the dentist. So I really like my teeth. So I go to the dentist at least once a year, usually twice a year. I really like not having cavities. And anyway, so I was at the dentist. Everyone knew I was at the dentist. My whole team knew. And a help desk person had decided that he was going to manage a security incident. And so I come in and my team's like, run to the big room, the big meeting room, all the executives, their hair is on fire, everything bad's happening. And so basically this help desk person decided to try to manage this thing themselves. They thought that a dumb building, not a smart building, had malware. Really, it was just a bunch of Canadians watching the Olympics because figure skating was on, and that is our jam. As a nation, we really, really like ice skating. And anyway, I knew that because I do this work, right? So immediately I'm like, is this the Olympics again? But meanwhile, he had told all the executives, he had all of them panicking. They're like, are people in that building safe? I'm like, well, I don't know if Canada's going to win or not this year, but like otherwise we're pretty safe. And so everyone started telling everyone. Because at the beginning of an incident, the first thing I say is, I want you to go over what need to know means. Don't run around and tell everyone. Only tell people if they must know. Don't tell your friends. Don't tell your admin assistant. Don't tell your mom, even though your mom's probably awesome. Please follow need to know and only tell the people who actually need to know. Okay, so the last one, do not try to manage the incident yourself and be a hero. And I know I gave the example previously of the guy that thought a building made of concrete in the 80s was infected with malware. I'm like, concrete doesn't get malware. That was like a silly story compared to, so one of my friends and colleagues and person I deeply respect, he taught me incident response. And he told me, he's like, I always go over this with help desk. I always teach this to sysadmins. I teach this to everyone. And it's because when I was doing incident response at a place, a help desk person decided to take it upon themselves to respond to an incident. And they found images of child abuse. And unfortunately, in doing so, they ruined the entire chain of custody. And the person who committed this awful crime went free. His colleague, this help desk person, ended up being in therapy for years. First of all, from being exposed to things he should never, ever, ever have seen, but also because this criminal went free, who should be locked away for the end of time. And so us security folks, especially those of us with incident response training, not only can we ensure we don't ruin the chain of custody, so criminals get what they deserve, but we know how to make sure we don't accidentally stumble upon something like that. We know how to manage these situations differently. And we also are prepared to carry this heavy emotional task if we have to. That's not your job. If you do help desk, you do software development, it doesn't matter. That's not your job. And I remember when I started in security in 2007, I did anti-terrorism activities and I ended up in therapy because that is really hard when like hundreds of lives depend on your everyday work. And so I left security, went back to software development, and then eventually went to security again and learned there's less scary jobs out there. I don't want any of you to have to carry this. It's not your job. It's not your responsibility, and it's not fair. And so please don't be a hero. Call us in so we can handle it and we can make sure everything goes smoothly, everyone is protected, and you don't end up in a situation you should never have been in. And so if you wanted to take a screenshot of a slide, this would be the slide. These are the 5 things I really, 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 really want you to know. And while you're taking a screenshot of this slide briefly, I'm going to tell you a funny story to bring things up on a lighter note before I give you some free resources. So one of the times I was doing incident response, we got sent a thing from the social media team and someone had made a comment about our company And our company was bilingual because we're Canadian, so we would do everything in French and English. Our website was in French and English. And basically there was a survey and the person had tweeted a screenshot of our website and it said, are you a man or are you a wife? Do you like this or are you sex? And it was very confusing. And we looked on our website, clearly it was fine. And they're like, you have 14 minutes. All the C-level executives are freaking out. The media is calling us. Everyone's like, how dare you be so insensitive? Like, if you're a man or a wife, you can't just be a woman, blah, blah, blah. You don't even cover non-binary. You guys are so insensitive. And it turned out that a person who's not good at the internet had just gone to our website in French. Google had offered to translate it. The word in French for like femme means woman or wife. So it chose wife. And all of the different insensitivities were just Google doing a bad job of translating because of a lack of context. And so then I was asked, so in 14 minutes, we investigated, we figured it out. I'm like, we're totally awesome. This is great. And then they're like, Tanya, write a note for the media that we can give. And I was like, okay, here we go. Dear so-and-so, I'm sorry that you are not smart enough to use the internet. Your life must be very difficult. They're like, get out of here, get out of here. And then I was never asked to write media relation articles again. So it was great. Everyone won. And so with that, I want to ask you very briefly to tell the AppSec team. So if you don't know, ask the security team. If at work they don't know, come to the We Hack Purple community, which is free, and ask us. We have an entire volunteer moderation team who all happen to be awesome AppSec professionals, and we obsessively love solving problems together. It is your security team. It is your security team's job to enable you to do your job securely. And so now we have a few resources. So first of all, awesome books. The first 4 books are about DevOps, which I love. And the last book I wrote, and me and my mom think it's the best book ever written. My dad also says it's in his top 5. Every Monday on Twitter and now on Mastodon, on infosec.exchange, I run Cyber Mentoring Monday. And so if you're looking for a professional mentor in cybersecurity, or if you want to give back to our industry and take someone under your wing, please check out this hashtag so we can find someone for you. All the time, 24/7, We Hack Purple community is open and free. We're full of courses, we're full of events, we're full of hangouts, we're full of book recommendations if you like sci-fi. We have a memes channel, and it is a safe place with a code of conduct and a whole bunch of volunteers and just friendly faces. And so if you want to join us, we'd love to have you. And lastly, resource me. I tweet and, oh my gosh, Mastodon toot. I can't say that. I have a blog, I have a YouTube, I have a newsletter. I do all sorts of things. And I am here to be a nerd on the internet with you. And with that, I forgot to mention Bright Security. I work there. I want to say thank you very much for having me to DevSecCon. And I'm wondering if we have 2 seconds to ask any questions. Thank you all so much for attending my very short talk.
We do have a few seconds in case there are any questions. I don't see any in the chat at the moment, but maybe Micah or Eric, any questions for Tanya? Quick.
That was amazing. I'm still processing.
I actually have like many more stories. And so I teach secure coding all the time. And usually the last half hour to hour of the day, we just go over all the ways. And usually there's a ton of incidents they've had that they didn't realize. And so they finally start reporting them. And life's better.
I appreciated the way you handled that very sensitive subject in there. I know how hard that can be. As an airline employee from years ago, there are things that airlines have to deal with that are hellaciously tragic. And yeah,
I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's a tough world.
Yeah. And it's important that people that are prepared to do those tough jobs do them, as opposed to someone that has no idea and could like really fall down a slippery slope they never intended to be on.
All right, I have one question for you, and then we'll have to break and go to the next session. Did the Canadian ice skating team win in that story?
So honestly, I'm not sure. So it was the Winter Olympics, and like I know we placed somewhere, but I don't know if we were like gold, silver, or bronze. But yeah, it turned out it was just every single person watching the Olympics from their desk. And usually we know Canadians that really dig this. So usually what we do is we have like a boardroom in each building. And we're like, if you're going to watch the Olympics, go to the boardroom, don't stream it from your desk. But some big up boss for that building was like, you have to take vacation time if you want to see our stars do their thing. And so just like every single person, there was at least 300 or 400 computers all watching the same video. And yeah, we figured out what happened really fast.
Oh, man. Oh, I love the stories. Yeah. It's triggering all the
Seriously, for 6 months, people would be like, did you know that there's a building that has malware? And I'd be like,
Nice. Well, thanks so much, Tanya. Those stories are great. The presentation was great. And thank you for being here.
my pleasure. See you next time.
See you. All right, Micah, Eric, who do we have next? You're not prepared. You know, you guys, come on. The good thing I'm prepared, okay? Next up, we have Coding with the Lights On.
I'm afraid of not pronouncing it correctly. Is it Roni or Roni?
Well, let's bring on Roni. Roni is
up
next as our speaker, and Roni's going to be talking about Coding with the Lights On, open telemetry from code to prod. Without further ado, take it away, Roni. And thank you for being here, bud.
Perfect. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. And I'm extremely excited to be talking about open telemetry and its use in coding, which I think is the more exciting part. And the reason I'm so excited to be speaking about it is because how it is fundamentally changing the way that we write code. And I'm extremely excited about these types of changes. You know, it happened back in the days, maybe it was testing, sometimes maybe it was event sourcing and some other design partners where you really saw how people kind of started coding differently a little bit after they kind of realized the concept and what it could do. And in this case, I'm extremely excited to see the kind of changes that OpenTelemetry is bringing. Just a few words about me. I'm a developer of many years. My personal tragedy is kind of the fact that I've oscillated between product management roles and development roles. You know, as a developer, not really willing to develop without being involved kind of in the design process and asking why and all of these things. And as a product manager, not really willing to relinquish code and coding. So I've found a variety of ways to balance the two. But wearing both hats was always extremely passionate about processes and how do we actually create a development process that works. And it is this kind of subject that I want to use maybe as a backdrop to discuss why I think OpenTelemetry is so important. So to do that, I want to tell you a story of one of the developers in my team. We're going to call him Bill. And Bill has a very common task, which is he needs to develop a feature, let's say make a change to the data access layer or something like that. And he needs to take that feature all the way to production. Now, Bill's job used to be very, very simple. 20 years ago, when I was still a young developer, that job included basically taking the feature, developing it, wrapping it up real nice, and then taking it across the hall to this department called QA, letting them kind of take it from there. Of course, there would be the mandatory kind of debate about what's a bug, what's a feature, and all of that stuff. But eventually, the feature would just kind of roll on until it would someday reach production. And then maybe a year later, you would hear about a crippling bug that was plaguing everyone that maybe should have been fixed. And that was basically your level of involvement. And of course, that changed. And today, kind of when Bill is rolling out a feature, he's doing a lot, right? We're doing tests, integration tests, unit tests. Bill is even worrying kind of about how to deploy the feature. He knows Helm files and Terraform and lots of other really exciting technologies. And he really does kind of follow all of the best practices, and he takes the feature all the way to production. But the question is, well, what happens next? What happens after the feature gets rolled into production? And what I would kind of expect, and I always kind of asked Bill to do, was, well, check whether your code actually works. It seemed, I'm very evidence-based in the way that I approach development. And my approach was always, yeah, you rolled out this amazing fix to the DAL. Did it actually work? Did it make life better for everyone? Are they using it? I witnessed not one, but multiple instances, really horror stories, if you think about it like that, where meticulously written code was just maybe one or two bad if statements away from actually getting executed. So verifying that your code works, it seems to me, something that's very basic. But somehow, 99% of the time, what would happen is that Bill would just move on to the next feature. And, he's not really to blame. It seems like he's not the only one. There seems to be a big bias towards moving on to the next feature and next feature. And this seemed to me to be kind of a fundamental problem in the process. So I went back to the drawing board and I looked up the DevOps infinite loop, by now completely overused. And the problem was kind of glaring at me right from this diagram. This is the diagram that I dug up a while back. It's still, I think, one of the first ones that you'll get if you search for it on the internet. And the issue here is that you may notice there are so many tools mentioned here, some of them related to build, some of them related to continuous integration, deployment operations, but there is one segment here that is almost a black hole in the middle of the DevOps loop, and that's the arrow back leading from production to dev called continuous feedback. Now, the author of this diagram, for some reason, thought to include Salesforce as the tool of choice there. And bizarre as that may be, I think the more important thing to notice is that there's an alarming lack of tools related to continuous feedback. It's as if we've kind of given up on the concept of how do we take all of this awesome data that exists in production and make it into something that can be relevant in dev. And if you think about it, when we code, there is ample feedback, in our local IDEs. There is some limited feedback from test environment. I say limited because it's more kind of black and white, red and green. Is it passing? Is it failing? Not really qualitative, but it is feedback. And then there is almost no feedback that we use kind of in a continuous way when we develop. So I thought to myself at that point, well, if only there was a way to give Bill immediate access to objective data about his code, if only if that was a non-issue, like you rolled your code, you want the data, here it is, and that's it. And I think that's a perfect segue to discuss OpenTelemetry. Now, OpenTelemetry is a spec for observability. And the reason in my mind that it's important is not because it's revolutionary or it's not technologically a breakthrough or something that does something completely different. I think the reason OpenTelemetry is not just important, but is a revolution is that everyone agrees on it. And that has kind of never happened before. So today, if you look at OpenTelemetry, you can see there is a big alignment around it in terms of commercial and non-commercial tools. And that has two big and critical side effects. The first is that being open, being free, and being available to everyone, it starts to grow its own ecosystem. So there are a lot of tools that start kind of, and open source libraries that start worrying about, well, there is all this amazing OpenTelemetry data. How can we actually make it useful? And the second thing that happened is that it became widespread because now, if I'm writing a library or a platform, I don't need to worry about, well, am I going to include OpenTelemetry? Am I going to include something else? Well, of course, I'm going to include OpenTelemetry as an option to observe this code. So as a result of that, the experience of including it in the code has become kind of turning the lights on kind of an experience rather than something more complex. Now, to illustrate that, I've written a sample application. Hope we have time to look at it in a few minutes. And I'm allergic to these very thin and kind of abstracted, simple CRUD apps. So I created something with a bit more logic. It uses Rabbit, it uses Postgres, a fast API service in this sense. All of that is great. But what I was really looking for is, well, how easy it is to instrument. And what I found out is that there is already, as I mentioned before, built-in instrumentation for all of these different libraries and technologies. So just by turning things on, basically including instrumenters and saying, well, instrument this, instrument this, instrument this, without changing the code, I was able to get a lot of data from the fast API server, from Rabbit, from Postgres, and so on. So from, as Bill again, from coding in the dark, essentially having no information except my own logs about what was going on, all of a sudden I'm flooded with almost too much data. And what kind of data is it? So just maybe observability or tracing in 10 seconds. Two very important types of insights. First is tracing. Tracing allows us to see what goes on when a user goes through a request. So in this case, he goes through the fast API server, does something, Rabbit MQ kicks in, a message is published there, some worker server consumes it, uses Postgres, lots of processes are going on, and we can view it as kind of one distributed trace and follow exactly what happened with that request. In addition to that, there is another concept called spans, which is basically an activity or a specific scope within that trace. So for example, in a specific authentication request, I'm handling the HTTP request and I'm checking permissions, I'm validating with some sources. Each of these I can define as its own scope. And then maybe to contrast with logs, I don't just get the message, well, this happened. I understand the context. Who called it? When did it start? Did it have any errors? And everything is kind of put into context, and I can really understand what actually happened. So just to give you an example of how that works, I'm going to switch over to my other screen, if you can share it. So here I have an API for my Vault application that I created as an example. And I can trigger kind of, let's say, an appraise operation. Let's first log in. Was actually watching the Harry Potter movies with my kids at the time when I wrote this application. So I decided it's going to be a Gringotts Vault API. So let's just trigger any operation here. And then, as I mentioned, there are a lot of open source tools that kind of makes it very, very easy and simple for us to actually make that data relevant. So in this case, I'm going to use something that's very popular called Jaeger. Very easy to set up. So let's look at the tracing from this service. So as you can see, it's a distributed trace. It's actually including both the worker and the service. And I can see exactly what happened. And again, take in mind that minimal code changes were required. And immediately I get so much data about what happened, how much time each of these sections took, and so on. So that's great. Now the question is, will you actually use it? Will Bill actually, like, if I provided this to Bill, is this what is needed to be effective? And the answer, unfortunately, was no. So providing this to my development team did not actually make them use that data. And think about it yourself. Would you use that in your day-to-day? And that puzzled me until I kind of thought better of it and understood that there is one more component missing. And I was looking at tests as kind of a good kind of a comparison. So when we got started with tests, we didn't say developers, well, just, as you work, I want you every now and then to just think and run some tests because you feel like it. We made it continuous. Only when continuous integration was introduced did it become kind of it's not even a question. Of course, the tests are going to run. And the same with continuous deployment and production, right? You don't think about, well, I'm going to deploy to production. No, you create, if you're practicing continuous deployment, you just create an awesome pipeline, and that just happens automatically. So in the same way, the expectation is for that feedback from production to be something that happens automatically, not send developers to hunt around in dashboards, but actually make that information something that becomes a part of what they see of their view as they're working. And this is kind of where my own personal journey with observability and what I call continuous feedback began, because I kind of took it as a personal project to see how I can create something that would allow developers to actually have that information as something that's continuously provided to them and exists within the scope of their work. So just to give you a glimpse of that, I created a project called Digma. And I just want to show you Digma, not for the sake of Digma, and there are other awesome projects that are trying to do the same thing, but to give you a vision of what I think development is becoming. So over here, we're looking at the code of that same authentication for Gringotts that we were looking at before. Only, as you can see, I'm right here in my IDE, and there's absolutely nothing significant about this code except that it's already running in production, and we passed all of the tests. I'm very confident in it, but I don't really know, right? So what I'm going to do now is just turn on, in this case, continuous feedback via Digma. And this will look at exactly the same data that you saw before, exactly the same data that we get from OpenTelemetry, nothing new. But it will come to conclusions about how this code works. And immediately I see, well, there's some error hotspots here. And I can see which exceptions they are. And there's a suspected N+1, which for those of you who are familiar with it, is kind of an issue with too many queries due to bad modeling. And I can see what is that query. And that just becomes a part of my work, just like IntelliSense or find usages or any other type of developer tool that I use just to develop, that's automatic and that I stopped thinking about because it just became a natural part of how I code. And this is where I see the future of OpenTelemetry, not in dashboards, not in some situation rooms or DevOps tools that developers don't glance at, but as something that has to be fundamentally tied in to how we write code. Now, if you're interested in learning more about that, I did create a very cool resource page that I recommend that you go to. It's at continuousfeedback.org. And if you go there, you can see a bunch of resources. I talked to some of the open source tools and basically how to get started. My own contact details are there if you have any questions, as well as a link to a Slack group where we have some early practitioners sharing some of their experiences and tools. That's it. Thank you very much, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions.
Excellent stuff there. Thank you, Roni. Any questions that I haven't seen any questions in the chat just yet, but Micah or Eric, any questions from you, either of you?
I'm busy looking at continuousfeedback.org.
Yes.
Maybe unrelated, but did I see Board Game Geek in there? Meaning that you are a board game geek, or do you use that website, or I just have to ask.
I am a board game geek. I also use that website.
Yeah.
It's both.
Nice.
I use that website because I am a board game geek. But yeah, it's
excellent.
Awesome.
I only ask the important questions.
Yeah, sure.
And troll me. That's what you do, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Roni, though, the presentation was fantastic, and it was quite interesting to me as a developer as well to get that type of insight into my code. And the fact that you went that step further of having it directly in my tool of choice, that that way I don't have to switch contexts like you saw. I'm telling you as well that I can appreciate something like that to help keep me in the flow. Because even for me as a web developer, switching from my development environment to the browser to test things, it can create some overhead and frustrations with that. So Great stuff, cool stuff. I'm excited to check it out a bit further after this.
Yeah, it's really cool because you're right. Like you said, most people think observability. They think, oh, logs and traces and dashboards and single panes of glass and all the operational buzzwords. But when you see what you can do with the structured data from a developer's point of view, that's really cool. And very happy that you showed that.
Yeah, I'm saying there's so much kind of advancement in the technology, and there's so much potential to actually use it. It's just waiting to be kind of harnessed, but it needs to be made accessible. You can't expect developers to know statistics just to understand if there's been a performance degradation, or you can't expect them to look around in dashboards for trouble, because what's their interest to do that? It has to be something that's a bit more integrated with the kind of dev process in general.
Awesome stuff. So I know you shared continuous
What's a good
feedback.
way for people to... Oh, sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
What's a good way for people to reach you, Roni?
So in continuousfeedback.org, my contact details are there as well, my Twitter handle and some other feedback. So please reach out.
Great
minds think alike, Micah. That was what I was going to ask. So excellent stuff, Roni. And thank you for helping us close out DevSecCon Lightning, the Americas region, with a fantastic final presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, Micah, Eric, that about does it, right? Or do we have a little bit more?
What's going on behind you, Micah? There seems to be some kind of...
I know my dogs are horsing around. So much for the blurred background, right? The dog's always got to get in on it.
We're making that full screen here real quick. Yeah, let's. All right, who's gonna win this wrestling match? Who's gonna win the wrestling match?
The white one, Miso, she's got 15 pounds on the other one. So she always wins. But yeah,
nice
dogs. At least it's not my kids are old enough now that they're not running into the camera view at least.
I always think of that one news story where the guy was in his office and the kid just comes strolling in behind the scenes, right? Anyway, though, thanks everybody. We're wrapping up, but we have a little bit more for you. And I think, Eric, you're going to share your screen to help us do this. We have awards that have been announced for nominations and things of that nature. While Eric's getting that set up there. So we have the DevSecOps Leadership Awards. It's our 4th annual celebration of the best and brightest in the DevSecOps industry. These awards honor exceptional individuals for their impact and contributions to tooling, techniques, culture, and community. There's 3 categories. There's Inspiring DevSecOps Individual, Most Effective DevSecOps Team, and then Outstanding DevSecOps Community, all of 2022. In terms of the inspiring individual, this is rewarding unique achievements for a forward-thinking individual that has contributed significantly to the industry and community. And in that, we had, I think the nominations are on the next slide, right? Yep. The nominations were for, wait, I got these in a different order here. Lena, Mani, and Keith. And I think we're supposed to announce the winner, right? Did I have that correct?
Do we need a drum roll? Do you have a drum roll audio?
Micah, you've been coming prepared with all these sounds and stuff like that, right?
Well, not sounds, mainly just images.
Do you have a confetti explosion or something like that, maybe?
I don't know. I might. Keep going. I'll see what I can find.
All right. Well, the winner for the individual award is Mani. And Mani's been involved in implementing and testing a solution guiding application teams and helping to build and manage secure containerized services in the cloud by adhering to security policies and industry best practices. He conducted security assessments to identify risk areas and ensure any gaps are remediated, encompassing governance, compliance, and risk management of the containerized application through clear, consistent, and regular communication with all project stakeholders, ensuring that Telstra's security requirements are consistently met and carried on as part of the security strategy. So round of applause for Manny. Way
to go.
Way to go. Awesome stuff. And shout out to the runner-ups that were there as well, contributing significantly to the community as individuals. That's awesome stuff. All right, next category, we have community. And the community Outstanding DevSecOps Community Award is about rewarding the hard work and contributions made through education and community building via DevSecOps meetups, programs, and events. And the nominees are as follows. We Hack Purple, DevSecOps Netherlands, and Hacking with Farah. And drum roll, please. The winner is Hacking with Farah. So Farah is the face behind the community. The community she built. She is strongly communicating and advancing for security and DevSecOps related practices. She's an inspiration as an individual in cybersecurity. Sorry, I messed that up there. But congratulations, Farah, and shout out to the runner-up communities as well. All awesome stuff. I mean, to even be nominated on here is
an honor.
Yeah, it's such an honor. Awesome stuff. All right, and then we have one more category, which is Most Effective DevSecOps Team of 2022, which is about rewarding teams that have made significant improvements to improve and create a robust DevSecOps solution, transformation, or culture in their organization, particularly in the times of COVID-19. And our nominees for that are, scrolling through a little too fast here. The CNCF SIG Security, SIG Store, and Citibank Application Security Team. And the winner is... I can't roll my tongue again. There we go. I got it that time. The winner is Citibank. So James Holland, Director of Application Security, and his team at Citibank for their innovative work around dealing with open source software supply chain issues at scale. Congratulations to James and team. Awesome stuff. And shout out to SIG Store and CNCF SIG Security folks as well for the nominations. And that wraps up the DevSecOps Leadership Awards for 2022. Congratulations to all the winners. Awesome stuff. And thank you for just doing awesome things in the community. Congratulations.
Lovely.
I heard Eric wants to give some closing words on all that.
What? Well, let's see.
Who'd you like to thank on behalf of all the winners?
Well, I'm really happy. I know some of the folks that are on the Citibank team, so many of them have actually moved on to other ventures nowadays. But they've been working on it a long time, and they're really deserving. So really happy. Good on you, folks.
All right. So with that, that's the last thing we're gonna share and talk about on here. We were gonna close things out. We want to thank our awesome events folks and community folks here at Sneak, which is Sam and Nina, for helping put on such an amazing event. They've been awake for many hours now, so be sure to show them some love and support out there in the community for helping make this happen and put it all together and keeping things on the train tracks here while we're rolling through here. So shout out to both of them for doing amazing work and putting this on.
Shout out to all of our presenters.
Yes, all the presenters from APJ, Mia.
Yeah.
Maybe not Micah, definitely Eric.
I couldn't believe. So I started watching this morning before I came on. Shilpi, did she say it was 4 a.m. when she was talking, and she had already done APJ?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Big shout out to Shilpi for that. Awesome.
Hopefully
stuff.
she is sleeping and not hearing us talk about her right now.
Right. Yes. Her ears are ringing in her sleep. For those of you that are watching now, you're watching the recording later on. Thank you so much for tuning in and being here. We hope you learned something, had some fun, got some value out of today's events. And be sure, if you're on YouTube especially, like and subscribe. That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Should we show people how to get to the Discord?
Yes, let's do that. You have that prepared and ready?
Share my screen real quick again.
Volunteer.
Share screen. So if you just cannot get enough of us and you want to talk to us more, and many other people in the industry, if you go to DevSecCon.com, click on Join the Community, and then find us on Discord. This is dangerous. I'm going to click this and see what it does. It's going to open Discord in another monitor, but that'll drop you right into our Discord server, and we're all in there, as well as a ton of other people doing cool stuff. So DevSecCon.com.
Absolutely. Excellent. And last but not least, if you love this community, DevSecCon, and you're not part of a certain chapter and you'd like to get involved, be sure to check out DevSecCon.com and look for a chapter in your area. And if there isn't one, offer up to maybe potentially put one together. That'd be awesome. You can be the first to start it. We need somebody in Antarctica. So if you're there or planning on making a trip there sometime, you know, hit us up. All right. On that note, thanks everybody. Thank you, Eric and Micah and Randall, for helping co-host the session for the Americas region. And with that, we'll let you all have a good rest of your day wherever you are in the world. Peace out. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye now.
Later.
Jim.